Good evening, everyone, members of council and public. Before we begin our combined committee of council, I would just like to express the Pembroke Land Acknowledgement Statement. As we gather today, I would respectfully acknowledge on behalf of council and the community that the city of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. And before we begin, I understand that the mayor would like to say a few words.
With the indulgence of council, I would ask if we could please stand for a moment to pay our respects. An employee of the city of Pembroke that was with the city of Pembroke for many years, Doug Sitlin, who was the manager of operations, has passed at the age of 55. Mr. Sitlin was certainly a dedicated family member. I knew Mr. Sitlin as the manager of operations. Certainly he tolerated many of my questions when I was vice chair of operations and I first started out. A heck of a fellow, very knowledgeable, dedicated to the city of Pembroke. And so certainly he will be missed by his immediate family, his wife and children, but also by the city family that will miss him as well. So if we could have a moment of silence just to reflect upon his passing and pay respects to him. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Call to order. Disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Seeing none, we'll proceed. The approval of the amendment of the meeting agenda. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. The approval of the minutes of the Planning and Development Committee of June 4th, 2024. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Questions? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Finance Administration Committee of June 4th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Questions? Omissions? All in favor? Passed. Parks and Recreation Committee, June 18th, 2024. Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Operations Committee of June 18th, 2024. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Questions? None? Those in favor? Carried. Striking Committee of April 16th, 2024. Councillor Fernier, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Questions? Inquiries? Those in favor? Carried. Members of Council, before we begin this meeting, and due to the extensive number of items on the agenda, I would ask for your indulgence in the fact that following the rules of procedure, if you would like to, prior to discussion of any of these motions or any of these items, if you would entertain that we would bring a motion forward first for discussion. And as the procedural bylaw states, each member of council has the ability to assess and to access the question for at least 5 minutes, or the discussion, and can be heard twice. I think this would probably move things along, and I'm sure we don't want all these people staying here till 1 o'clock in the morning, because if everybody spoke 5 minutes to each of the items on the agenda, we'd be here till 1:30. So what is the wish of the committee? Are you indulging to do that, or would you want to do otherwise? Is everyone good with that? So in order to have discussion, we'd ask for a motion and a seconder, and upon that, we would carry on with discussion. Each member of council will speak twice to the motion, once all around, and then a second time so everybody can be heard. So everyone's good with that? Thank you. Item number 1. Sorry, business arising from the minutes. No business arising from the minutes. New business. Notice of intent to purchase 274 Victoria Street. Reporting our CAO, Mr. Unruh.
Thank you. So written notice was received on April 4th, 2024 from Blair Jones, and the letter is attached that the Grind Pembroke would like to exercise its rights to purchase a premise, 273 Victoria Street, only portion of the building only, with 5 parking spaces to be licensed, as pursuant to the lease entered into on June 18th, 2020. The agreement was authorized through bylaw 2020-43 and contains the following clause. If the lessee is in good standing with respect to the terms of the lease, the lessee shall be granted the right to purchase the premise, building only, with 5 parking spaces to be licensed on a strictly as-is basis at the expiry of June 30th, 2025, or at any time during the term of the lease. I'm not going to read the complete report, but there's some additional information. I'll just do the highlights. During the Grind's tenants, there has been complaints received from the surrounding residents regarding the use of the Grind at 273 Victoria Street. Complaints including noise, use, hours of operation, behaviors of clients, lighting, safety, vandalism, parking, garbage, smoking, etc. A legal opinion was sought from Mr. Tony Fleming. According to Mr. Fleming, to be considered a nuisance under the court systems, one must consider the character of the neighborhood, which is presently a mix of residential, commercial, and institutional. Further on, the patrons may be in the vicinity to visit the Grind, but without a more casual connection, is unlikely that a court would consider the behavior to be unreasonable conduct attributable to the Grind, which is an essential element to the finding of a nuisance. So this next section I talk about is in regards to the changing landscape. So as part of the lease, if the city desires at any time to demolish, sell, or utilize a premises for its own uses, the Grind can exercise its option, which it has in this case, to purchase, render the lease, or vacate the premise. So in regards to some of the items that have changed, the homeless and substance landscape has changed in the past 6 months, and expectations is that over the next year, there'll be more support locally and provincially and different programs provided. There has been an increase to the vulnerable population in the city of Pembroke, and more agencies are engaged in discussions and creating solutions. Over the past 6 months, there has been more collaboration and more meetings between the city of Pembroke and relevant agencies than that have taken over the entire existing of the lease terms. These other agencies have brought forward a significant more resources beyond that of the Grind or the city of Pembroke could provide. In addition to the local resources, there has been more discussions with provincial counterparts. The Renfrew County District Health Unit has embarked on creating a community-wide substance abuse strategy and has created a steering committee and 4 working groups. And the 4 working groups are prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and community safety. The goal is to have some initial recommendations coming in the fall, winter of 2024. The County of Renfrew has also launched the MESA, which is a new initiative around a collaborative approach to providing compassionate care in the community. Chief Mike Nolan provided an update report on the initiative, and the full report is attached. So some of the highlights within the report is the collaboration between the County of Renfrew paramedics, Department of Community Services, and Department of Development and Property. Collaboration between Pembroke Regional Hospitals, Mental Health Services of Renfrew County, McKay Manor, Community Withdrawal Management Services, and the Renfrew Victoria Hospital, Addiction Treatment Services. There was a MESA gathering on May 22nd, 2024, with more than 140 individuals representing approximately 30 organizations. Supportive bridge housing for residents and A signed lease agreement with the Carrefour has also been entered into. Finally, on the changing landscape, the County of Renfrew has embarked on the creation of a 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Org Code Consulting has been hired, and several public consultation sessions were held in June and throughout Renfrew County. The initiative is part of the broader MESA project, which its goals, strategies aligning with both MESA and County of Renfrew strategic plan. Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing are reviewing the requirements, and a final report will be delivered later this year. So really the options in front of us right now is to sell 273 Victoria Street to the grind, attempt to renegotiate a lease with the grind, and the attempt to renegotiate can be done at any time. It doesn't have to be a decision made at this point, anytime until the lease expires, and then not to sell the Victoria Street. And this option could have some possible legal actions. Financial implications. The sale would be based on the appraisal completed in 2020, and that's as per the lease agreement, and is $210,000. The appraisal was completed by Rivington Commercial Appraisers in June 2020. So that's all part of the initial lease agreement. Financial in regards to not proceeding with the sale, there could be legal fees and potential costs. And this is in alignment with the strategic plan, discussions with the Grind, County and Renfrew, with the MESA, Renfrew County District Health Unit, community-wide substance review strategies further strengthen these partnerships. Open up to any questions.
Your Worship, you had your hand up.
Do you want a motion, or I'm prepared to put forward a motion at this time to get the discussion going?
I believe that's what we said we were going to do, correct?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would move that in keeping with the contractual lease between the Corporation of the City of Pembroke as lessor and the Grind Pembroke as lessee dated June 17, 2020, that the contract be honored and fulfilled by permitting the Grind Pembroke the right to purchase the premise as defined in the contract, together with a license over 5 parking spots for the appraised amount of $210,000, which was also completed by the City of Pembroke in fulfillment of that contractual lease.
There is a motion on the floor by His Worship that the building be sold at $210,000 with the attached parking spots. Is there a seconder? There is no seconder. The motion is defeated. Next, we need Councillor Purcell.
So I move not to sell 273 Victoria Street and to not extend the lease agreement with the Grind.
Mr. CAO, if I may, the motion's on the floor, not. Can we proceed with a negative motion? I'm not sure if that's, I don't know what the rules of order are, that the motion's got to be either in a positive vein, not a negative vein. Am I correct?
Motion to accept option 3, if you word it that way.
Go ahead. Would you repeat that?
Well, it's negative. It says not sell 273 Victoria Street is one of the options. And I'm adding to not extend the lease agreement
Okay.
with the Grind
So neither,
moving forward.
okay, neither sell nor renegotiate. Seconder, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Discussion. Councillor Fernier.
I will not support both of those options being refused. I would rather see it one at a time so that we can debate each on their merits, their pros and cons. So I will not be supporting that motion, but I would be interested in another motion dealing with extension, possible renegotiations.
Councillor Plummer, Councillor Keel.
Mr. Gilka has his hand up. You can go
Oh,
first.
sorry, excuse me.
I move to
Pardon me.
split the motion.
Split the motion. Therefore, the motion is to be split. We'll be voting on each individual portion of the motion. Pardon me? Yeah, yeah. Do we have agreement or seconder to split the motion?
I agree to we split the motion.
Councillor Plummer, we agree to split the motion, so we'll take the motion as per A and B. Would that be preferable? So Part A says, would you repeat that again? A not to? Mr. CAO, do you have it?
You want to-
Is that one, or? Oh, do you want to read it, or do you want me?
Yeah, I can, sorry about that. So the first part of the motion is not to sell 273 Victoria Street.
First part of the motion, not to sell 273 Victoria Street. Further discussion? Those in favor of, your worship?
So if we're going to have a discussion on that particular motion, if I can, and I'll use up my whole 5 minutes, and then I'll be quiet the rest of this particular matter.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe that in order to review this particular matter, we need to look at a brief history of how the grind came to be at its current location at the former fire hall. Not all of the building, as some are spreading on Facebook, but the former fire hall. Initially, it was located on the main street, and there was a number of complaints, individuals indicating that it wasn't the correct location, shouldn't be in a commercial area, shouldn't be on Main Street. Then council at that time was supportive of the grind. It even passed a rezoning to allow for beds to be located at that particular site with certain conditions to address needs that were in our community. Then the former fire hall became available, and contrary to what some individuals say, City Council held a town hall meeting, invited everyone that wanted to come speak, and there was individuals that were in favor of the mandate and the location. There was those that were in favor of the mandate, not the location, and there was those individuals that simply didn't like the mandate of the grind nor the location. Council thoughtfully took all that into consideration and decided to enter into a lease, a contract with the grind. It contains the provision that allows the grind to ask to purchase, and it says that the municipality shall then sell to the grind Pembroke. The lease, 2 paragraphs later, talks about the city of Pembroke has to get an appraisal, which it did. It honored its lease, its contract at that time. It got an appraisal of $210,000. If anyone goes to that particular location, you'll see that the grind has spent thousands of dollars on kitchen areas, walk-in fridges, a coffee shop area, offices to meet with paramedics, doctors, members of the MESA team, and there's even doctor equipment now in there to allow the doctor that comes to the facility to render care to individuals that arrive there. And you know, some things don't change. The situation is still the same as it was before, that some prefer and like the mandate of the grind and don't have an issue with it being there. There's some that are in favor of the mandate but say not there, and that there's those that frankly wouldn't want the grind to be anywhere. I've had the situation where in the last number of days, even weeks, to speak to a number of different individuals. Some are for, some are against. Interestingly, that some of the individuals that are against go so far as to say that the OATC should be removed from the city of Pembroke, don't support anyone, and all these individuals will disappear. I've yet to hear them say that the Pembroke Regional Hospital should be closed because, let's face it, the Pembroke Regional Hospital treats individuals with addictions and counseling and so forth. They have yet to say that the Renfrew District Health Unit should be removed from our downtown. As many people should know, it was relocated from the County of Renfrew building out at the Industrial Park to downtown. I don't know if everyone realizes, but it serves harm reduction supplies to various individuals, including needles and pipes, and it has a mandate to do so, and it is located in the downtown. And as we've heard at recent meetings, the usage of the district health unit has gone up since it is now located downtown, because it's where the individuals are. And I've yet to also hear of individuals wanting to close the transitional housing, now going to be located at the Carrefour complex on McKay Street, which again is putting individuals in proximity to other residents, but I've yet to hear them wanting to close that, but maybe that's to come. As a city, we've met with the minister, Ministry of Housing. Back in March, I held various meetings with what I call the disciplines. So you have the fire chief, the OPP, the paramedics. They came out of that with some indications to work together, to have the MESA team together with others, the police and so forth, meeting the individuals where they are. We are having, there's a district health unit and steering committee, and there's other committees committees being formed out of that. We are working on it, contrary to some indications that I get saying we need immediate action, sign the petition. Well, we are doing things, but unfortunately, this isn't like a pipe that bursts in the ground and we can spend thousands on it and fix it and move on to the next thing. This isn't going to resolve itself overnight. Recently, a person indicated to me that by comparison, we could make a comparison to the Pembroke Regional Hospital, namely that we don't have sick people because we have a hospital, but rather the hospital's here because we have sick people. So too, we have individuals with challenges, and the grind, together with the MESA team at the county and others, are trying to work through various issues that different individuals have. I recently even had a phone call with an individual who said, frankly, put them all on a bus and ship them to Ottawa. Not too sure what Ottawa would necessarily think of that comment. It was an interesting conversation. It was polite, but that's what I got told. He also had misinformation, which is my next point. He said that paramedics told him that people ship them here. What he doesn't realize is that I have Chief Nolan's email address on standby, contacted Mr. Chief Nolan, and he denied that and said that is not true. And he says, you better find out the name of the paramedic because I'd love to have a conversation. And the individual quickly backtracked on what he was telling me. In respect to, some people raised concerns about the dead end, but again, council previously decided to, and by bylaw, close that particular street, and in fact, even transferred some land to a neighboring property owner, so that was by doing of council. Focus patrols, I've asked for 2 focus patrols, the latest being the last 2 weeks in May, and what I was informed is that there was nothing to report to me, there was no reportable issues. As for conversations, I can indicate again that I have conversations with anyone that wants to reach out to me and have a conversation with me and have discussions about it. And so truly, we do. In fact, we've had a meeting with some individuals from the 50 Plus Action Center, some of the neighbors. No media was invited. We had a conversation, tried to work through certain solutions. Certainly doing my own due diligence, I recently attended the grind and observed an individual with a MESA person in one room, a paramedic in another room with another individual, and someone waiting additional care. So certainly heavily utilized. So last but not least, I just wanted to say that I put forward the motion that I did earlier because regardless of an individual's position regarding whether you're in favor of the grind, you don't like the grind's mandate, and so forth, frankly, the city of Pembroke entered into a lease, a contract with the Pembroke grind, and frankly, for the council not to proceed with that is breaking the law. And I question the individuals who wish to break the law. I question that the city of Pembroke will have to pay money for, well, number one, they paid money already for an appraisal, presumably showing that they had intended to fulfill their obligations in that contract, but now we're not. And so if council doesn't want to honor its contractual obligations, to me, it goes further than this particular matter. If I happen to be a contractor wanting to deal with the city of Pembroke, I got to seriously question if things go awry, do I not proceed with the contract? Because frankly, is the city of Pembroke going to abide by its contractual obligations in any contract? So really, to me, we can debate all night the value of the grind. Is there value? Is there not value? And so forth. I distill this one down to, and anyone I've ever spoken to, I've distilled this down to contractual rights, and that there's a contractual right, and that Mr. Jones, as their lawyer, has asked to exercise that right. And then in terms of items here, in terms of renegotiating the lease, it is my understanding that Mr. Jones, on behalf of the grind, has indicated that that's not what they were looking for, is to renegotiate the lease. Because frankly, if you look at this whole thing, there has been complaints and bringing this forward all along to deal with, do something about the lease, terminate the lease, and it's only when there was Mr. Jones's letter to want to exercise the right to purchase that all of a sudden now the focus is turned to that. So I seriously question the city of Pembroke whether or not it actually wants to abide by any obligations regarding that grind Pembroke. Thank you.
Councillor Plummer, you had your hand up.
No, I just, no, I've always, I support the motion. I was just re-motioning, that's fine. There's nothing else to add.
Councillor Purcell, then Councillor Keel.
Just a few comments in regards to the mayor's address. I think the issue here is not that we don't value some of the services that are provided through the grind. The problem is that it is causing a bit of a disruption in the area that it's located in. And I hear what you're saying in terms of relocating from downtown and relocating it to a different area, but the landscape has changed, and it's changed quite a bit. We now have the MESA program. The MESA program was actually put in place so that these services and supports from the paramedics can actually go to those individuals and provide in situ supports. They don't have to congregate in one area. And we also have, we just actually had a release from the Renfrew County in regards to June the 18th, where the county announced a new supportive bridge housing initiative. In that initiative, in that announcement, they do say that it's there to provide individuals with mental health addictions and homelessness issues, and its goal is to provide wraparound support services to individuals enhancing their housing stability and overall health. So now we're going to have an area that's supported by the county on McKay Street, right? And now we're going to have an area that's supporting individuals at the fire hall, causing disruptions to residents. Library, God knows I know enough about the library in regards to the disruptions there. The senior center. I've got letters from PBIA, the chair. I have letters from business owners saying, look, our downtown is struggling. It can't support this type of activity moving forward. It's hurting. If we don't have a thriving downtown, what are we going to become? Who's paying for all these services? We have Renfrew County District Health Unit that's downtown. You're right, providing harm reduction programs. So why can't the county services provide those go-to services out of the Renfrew County District Health Unit, or out of the hub, which would be located across from the hospital, where there's a larger buffer in terms of the neighborhood? I live in that neighborhood. I'm fine with it. I have no problems with that. It needs to be under the MESA umbrella, is what we're talking about. So it's really, really important that we actually, work towards a solution to this. It's not about dissolving the grind. It's just saying, look, there's some value in terms of that property, and I don't feel it's worthwhile selling. The other thing, too, is what I'm really pissed off about, is that I wasn't on council the last term, and you hog-tied my hands and Councillor Keel's hands.
I think you should contain your comments to what is happening today.
Ticked off, then.
Not in the past, not in the past.
Well, it's true.
You
have to understand.
You cannot criticize
The mayor-
Napoleon Bonaparte for going
the
to
mayor-
Russia.
the mayor
Contain
provided-
yourself, please, Councillor.
The mayor provided some background. I'm providing some background as well.
have to
The
be-
decision was made.
But you have to at least have some courtesy, okay?
Okay, I won't say pissed off. I'll say ticked off then.
Sure.
So the reason I was ticked off is because I don't have an opportunity. And you look at that lease. Shame on that lease. That lease is a terrible lease. Look at the lease that's in our package today for 77 International Drive. Is it 30, 40 pages? A 2-page, 3-page lease. And I don't have a say because it's written as a contract. So the previous council made a decision on behalf of this council. That's not right. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, sorry, Councillor Keel, did you have your hand up? Further discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. 4 years ago, I couldn't support the location and the lease, as I had deep concerns about the potential impact on the neighborhood. Close proximity to their library, daycare center, elementary school, and right beside the active living center, and a residential neighborhood. I said the whole challenges of drug addiction, mental health, and homelessness were bigger than the grind, and that a community-wide symposium was needed involving representatives and stakeholders from healthcare, law enforcement, social services, and local government. That being city, county, Laurentian Valley, Petawawa, to address these issues and develop a plan under one roof versus different silos. From the staff report, I want to commend staff for a detailed report outlining the issues and providing excellent information. From the staff report, we see that it's happening now with the County of Renfrew MESA program Drug Strategy Committee, Future Transitional Housing, and the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. The current location is not the right fit for the neighborhood. There's been too many inappropriate behaviors. It's not safe for the vulnerable. Children and seniors are vulnerable. It's not safe for the client and the residents. A community-wide solution needs to be created with the grind, a member of that plan, continuing the good work that they do, but not at the current location. Compassion and caring is what our community has shown and shall continue to model as we work together in harmony to address and conquer homelessness, drug addiction, mental health. And let me iterate, this is a problem in our community, in our province, and the country, and we need the assistance of the province. And I commend the County of Renfrew for the actions they've taken and the city staff and council for being part of the programs that are in place now. But I can't support the sale of the building to the grind. Thank you.
Fernier.
It's no secret to anyone in attendance tonight or around the council table how I look at this. I have really conflicting opinions about all three options. I understand the legal ramifications, and I'm really disappointed at the agreement that came forward 4 years ago and the fact that nobody around this table caught the fact that the city didn't have an option, and that it was, the option would be that the grind could buy it, and we wouldn't have an option to say whether they could or not. So I'm not a legal expert, but certainly that, to me, was an oversight in that lease agreement. I supported the grind going there. I saw a need, but I'm not going to do a history lesson because, like I said, I've preached this for many years now. Salvation Army left. There was a crisis. The grind picked up the torch and ran with it. They provided us with a service. When that became too much and the downtown cried, we looked at the Sears building. We looked at other properties. They weren't feasible. They weren't within anyone's budget. The fire hall was empty at the time. Council did what they thought was best to help the downtown, and that was to move it out. Downtown was ecstatic, happy. We moved it into the fire hall. Warming center came, it caused some problems in that neighborhood, and they said, you know, the warming center can't be there. So what did we do last fall? We made sure the warming center did not go back there. We found a new home for the warming center. That didn't suffice. And I'm not going to say who's wrong or who's right. This is an emotional issue in our community. I do not want to sell. I do not want to see them without a home. I want to see the grind remain there, but not for a long term. We are in a fluid situation right now, as Councillor Purcell and the Mayor, and I believe Deputy Mayor said. We have so many things going on right now. MESA, the increased OPP, the collaboration between the county and the housing, and then the supportive housing on McKay Street. I think we can't just stop everything in the middle of an opiate crisis. I mean, we know a couple of weeks ago, 3 individuals died in our city. And I believe it's improving. If you read the reports coming through now, it's improving. So I just really think it's not the time to pull the rug out completely. I understand and I agree. I don't know that it will be needed even there. And I'm not asking anyone to agree with me. I'm just saying that's how I feel. And I've studied this across the country. We are in an unfortunate situation in Pembroke because this is a charitable organization in our community, not provincially run. I know in PEI there's a big fight there between, you know, community, neighbors, and municipal government. But municipal government, of course, it's a provincial thing. So they're jumping on board with the community members, of course. But we are struggling because we are the ones expected to fix it. It's not provincial. So I'm really struggling here, but that is my opinion. I really hope that the individuals at the grind will hear me. I really think we should negotiate a better agreement with a working committee, a couple of members of council, the board, a couple of members of the board of the grind, some community members, work together so that we know what's going on and maybe have some restrictions to access to that property, maybe a gate, a fence, I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to shorten it because I know I really said a prayer tonight, and I'm not overly religious, but I said, please give me the grace to shut up and to know when to stop talking. Anyway, I thank you for your indulgence, and I welcome other comments.
No further comments. We will vote on subsection A of the motion to not sell the grind.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry, yes?
if we could have a recorded vote.
The mayor is called for recorded vote on section A, not to sell the grind. Mr. CAO? Those will be voting, they'll be voting in favor of not selling the grind, just so we're correct on yay, nay, okay?
Okay, so the motion is to not sell 273 Victoria Street.
That's correct.
So Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yes.
Councillor Ed Jacquino,
Yes?
Councillor Ian Keel,
No.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes,
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yes.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yes.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nay.
So the motion passes 5 yea to 2 nay.
Thank you. That's on subsection A of the motion. Subsection B is not to renegotiate the lease of 273. Yes,
So the recommendation from staff is that we table that. We don't have to do an action on it. Again, as you were saying in regards to the negative vote. So we don't need a motion on that.
yes, Councillor Fernier.
my final comment, and it won't be 5 minutes. To me, I'm hoping this is not the end of the road. I'm hoping that the board at the grind will understand that, coming from me anyway, I can't speak for other members of council. I know there was some communications back and forth. I really hope this can open the door to some kind of negotiations to extend the lease. I, for one, don't want to see it stop in a year, because we don't know if this crisis is going to get worse or better. We do not know. I would rather see it extend the lease slightly to see how things are going. Maybe the grind can return to a coffee shop. We don't know. Maybe it can't. But anyway, I just want to say that, and that's my final comment.
So the suggestion is that perhaps we should table this, Mr. CAO, this secondary part, so that we can get more information, seeing that we're not going to sell the building. What's option, there may be some discussion will take place.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Chair. So the idea would be is that if the grind is interested, then they can put the motion forward to the city of Pembroke. And then I would bring it forward at that time to, if council wants to renegotiation.
Councillor Fernier?
Well, then I would put forward a motion to support number 2. Attempt to renegotiate a lease with the grind.
So we're still dealing with Councillor Purcell's secondary motion on that motion, correct, Mr. CAO?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that that one should be tabled.
Sir,
Oh, okay.
Councillor Plummer?
Yes, Mr. Chair, as the vote has already happened to not sell the grind, there really is no action at this point needed by City Council. If the grind wishes to negotiate a lease, they can come to the city and with their proposal, and then it'll come back to this table where this council can then have a discussion on whatever's proposed, yay or nay. there's really no other action needed here tonight on this topic.
Rest of council satisfied with that, Councillor Purcell?
I believe the grind has 365 days to vacate the property if we terminate the lease. Is that correct?
Mr. Unruh, a question been asked about the vacancy of the lease after the notification's been given. Is it 365 days?
I would have to take a little bit of look into the agreement
Okay.
and get back to you. I'm not comfortable with providing that answer right now.
So as it stands, based on the vote, sorry, Your Worship, I didn't see.
So, Mr. Chair,
there.
regardless, if a councillor wants to bring forward another motion, I agree with what you're saying. The other motion has to be dealt with, and so to move this along, I would move that we table Councillor Purcell's second motion so that perhaps we can clean that up and then move on.
Motion to table, seconder, Councillor Keel. No discussion, those in favor? Carried, information will be brought back, thank you. Folks, if you want to stay here till 11 or 12 o'clock tonight, you're more than welcome. But if you want to leave, thank you for coming. We ready to go, council?
No, I need a couple minutes, if you don't mind.
Want to take a couple minutes? Take a 5-minute break. Welcome back, everybody, after that short break. We're going to go on to item B, under new business, the aerial fire truck fire service agreement with the town of Petawawa. Welcome, Chief Sell.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry. The recommendation is that committee approve the fire service agreement reached between the City of Pembroke and the Town of Petawawa concerning aerial services to be provided by the city, and that a bylaw be drafted for council for consideration. In early 2024, discussions began between the city and the town regarding an agreement that would allow Petawawa access to our aerial apparatus during an emergency. The agreement provides a means of cost recovery for the City of Pembroke and ensures the city will be adequately compensated for the use of our equipment and services by the Town of Petawawa over the term of the agreement. This agreement would commence upon the signing of the agreement by both parties and run through to December 2028. This mirrors other fire service agreements we currently have in place with our neighboring municipalities of Laurentian Valley and Whitewater Region. Like other agreements, there is an annual fee. For 2024, depending on commencement of the agreement, the fee would roughly be $6,800. This is a prorated amount and is based on the annual fee of $14,850. This annual fee is subject to CPI increases. This covers roughly 10% of the city's projected costs for maintenance, testing, and reserve funding for replacement. The service rate in this agreement is set at $900 for the first 2 hours, and then $450 per hour for each subsequent hour on scene. This service rate covers the city's costs incurred in the response, namely in terms of staffing and fuel consumption. The service rate is also subject to CPI increases annually commencing in 2025. This agreement builds on the vision of the strategic plan by developing partnerships with other municipalities. This also assists financially with reserve funding. And attached is the agreement between the city and the town.
Councillor Keel, Councillor Plummer. Sorry, I thought you had your hand up.
I thought the mayor was waving me off.
And Councillor Purcell.
So I think my only concern with this is the use of the CPI, and I think I've said this before. The CPI index is used to measure an ordinary basket of goods in a Canadian household. I would suspect that if I asked the chief how much a fire truck goes up in price from year to year to year to year, he's going to tell me it's more than 3%. So the only reason I don't like these agreements, of which we have a number with some of our neighbors and other organizations, is that I don't think the CPI is covering actual increases in the real world. So this, over the past year, I believe the CPI, I think last month, the CPI was 2.9%. I would suspect that between last July and this July, a fire truck has gone up by more than 2.9%. So it always seems like we're the ones buying the pool, buying the fire truck, buying the stuff, but the increases aren't actually keeping up with the actual cost. So that's my only concern. I'm not sure, Chief Sal, if it's even one that you could answer, as opposed to maybe if our treasurer was here. I don't have a problem with mutual aid. In fact, I think there could be some benefit if if we continue to work together as local municipalities. Because let's be honest, we're smaller, we're rural. Maybe there's good cases where the town of Petawawa or Laurentian Valley could buy something that we then don't have to buy because of mutual aid. So I don't mind mutual aid. It's the keeping up with inflation that I don't think we're doing.
Did you want to respond to that, Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the previous agreement that was signed with Laurentian Valley, the way that the formulas and the funding was put in place for that one didn't have any built-in rate increases year to year. The rate increases were front-loaded right at the beginning of the agreement, and that really has come back to frustrate me when I look back at the rates and the prices that we've seen increase since 2021. So this was my attempt to at least get something in place that was standard across the board, that would be a recognizable number, recognizable figure, that we could all parties agree upon it, and it does fluctuate, and so I'm hoping that with that fluctuation, it would sort of stay in tune with the fluctuations that we've seen in the past few years.
Satisfied with that at the present?
I wouldn't say I'm satisfied with using CPI, but I'm satisfied with the answer.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Plummer, Councillor Purcell, and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. One question in section 10 under liability. It says no liability shall attach to or occur to the town by reason of injury or damages sustained by personnel, apparatus, or equipment of the city while engaged in the provision of services provided in this agreement. So, to me, it sounds like they can use their truck, or we're going to bring our truck up there and use it, but if a tree falls on it or it burns because the fire takes over and then all of a sudden our truck gets burned, they're not responsible. It's still the city's.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you would be correct. That still stays in line with the mutual aid plan. If we were to respond under the mutual aid plan, that would apply in the mutual aid plan as well. The intent there is that the city staff will be under full control of the vehicle at all times. So they will be making the decision as to where it's placed. They'll be making decisions as to how it's manned, making decisions how the aerial is moved through the course of the fire. So as far as that goes, we are taking full responsibility of that piece of equipment. Therefore, in a partnership, we working towards taking full liability during that incident.
Okay, thank you. And a quick follow-up. Now, is this contract sorry, I skimmed it quickly, but is this being renewed on a 5-year basis, or is this just an ongoing mutual aid that continues? When is this contract
Through you,
renegotiated?
Mr. Chair, this particular agreement is set to expire December of 2028.
Okay.
So this is the intent on that time frame was a very much just a basic let's try this out and see how it works type of an agreement. The ultimate goal for me would be to see the town of Petawawa purchase an aerial agreement, because in that sense then they would fall under the mutual aid plan, and in my arguments my discussions with the town of Petawawa, if they purchase an aerial apparatus, then both the town of Petawawa and the city of Pembroke now have 2 aerial apparatuses. So hopefully this is enough to bridge that gap between now and when the town can move forward with that purchase.
Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Lafournier.
I think I had the same questions as Councillor Plummer in regards to Section 10. So, I look at the amount of dollars, and I know that's providing a service in terms of mutual aid services. I know my previous employment, there was some mutual aid services between CNL and Deep River, and it caused some issues as well. In terms of WSIB costs, so say you have an individual there's for 2 hours, there's a cancer claim. Who ends up paying that cancer claim for the remainder of that individual's claim because he was exposed to a carcinogen of some sort fighting that fire. So these are the types of things, for $900, these could cost the city of Pembroke a lot of dollars, right? Or the damage to the apparatus, say it's on its way to Petawawa and it gets damaged. Well, we wouldn't be going there unless we were going there to respond to a fire, and now all of a sudden it's the city of Pembroke's problem to repair the apparatus. So I think I have concerns with that, and I do, that is really concerning, and maybe you might want to reach out to CNL and Deep River in terms of their agreement, just to see what they have in there, because I know that there was a lot of discussion over who owns those WSIB costs for those individuals that are hurt on the job. Or, and like I said, cancer claims from firefighter, they're automatically approved. So they hit our liabilities in terms of, those cancer claims. So I just think, and the damage to the apparatus, I think there's a better agreement that we could probably have with the town of Petawawa. in terms of making sure that if there's actually damage to the equipment where we're responding, that we're responding on their behalf. It should be covered, right? And if there's damage to our personnel or injury to our personnel, we have to have that cost recovery part of that as well. Does that make sense?
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bernier. Thank you, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what some of the councillors said, Chief, Section 10, the last paragraph, the town will incur any extraordinary costs with the recovery of the aerial apparatus due to mechanical failure, inclement weather. So the town's responsible?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that particular section would basically cover the recovery costs from the scene back to the appropriate garage or the fire hall.
Okay,
So
thank you.
basically the tow.
Okay.
Councillor Bernier.
I tend to agree with some of the comments that have been made. I guess if I could ask the question, what is our deductible on our aerial truck? Like if something did happen, what is the deductible that we have to pay?
I
Because
can't
guess
answer that, I'm
that's the
sorry.
kind of thing I want to know too. If something did
Question
happen,
for the treasurer, I got it.
if we could get, some more information about that, I would rather see. If something happened that we don't carry the deductible, especially if it happened out of our municipality and things like that. So yeah, these are things I am wondering as
I see
well.
this is slated for the, later on at the council meeting. Perhaps we need more information and background as to liabilities, et cetera, as Councilor Purcell had mentioned, and other members of council, your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. So in the event that we were to table this particular matter, what goes on now? Like if the town of Petawawa required it because they do have a very tall apartment motel, hotel. So in the event that they required it, would we see them stuck or would we supply while we're still trying to figure this out?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, my first phone call would be to the CAO for direction. But
Very good.
technically, there would be no obligation to respond.
Councilor Keel.
I didn't really know what turn this was going to be. I feel like we're in an empty room now. Sorry, I just looked up back for the first time. Certainly, look, I'm a huge believer in mutual aid. And as much as, we had comments, what if our truck gets hit while responding to Petawawa? I recall a number of years ago when down across from the West End Mall, there was a fairly large apartment building fire. And the town of Petawawa's trucks were up here with us. You can certainly tell by their different color. They stand out quite well. So, I guess, if we wanted to get into a real knock 'em down, drag 'em out fight, Petawawa could also say, well, why would we help you? So I certainly hope we're not losing our eye on the ball of mutual aid, because mutual aid is fantastic. But I guess perhaps there's just some specific questions to iron out about who pays for this in the event of this and who pays for that. But some of these things, like, driving to Petawawa or Petawawa driving to us, there's equal opportunity there on both municipalities. So, mutual aid is always going to have some mutual, negativity for one side or the other. So I certainly don't want us to lose our eye on the ball, and I certainly support mutual aid. In fact, there's any number of ways I think some of our municipalities should work closer together to not duplicate things. But perhaps, like God forbid something, as the mayor just said, something happens next week. I do not, as a councillor, want to deny them our aerial truck if their hotel is on fire. But I do think that maybe there's some questions to be ironed out, and maybe I would put it to you, Chief, that, is there a way that we can maybe look at the specifics that were brought up here a little more closely and work them into the agreement? But certainly, I want an agreement, I guess is what I'm saying. Sorry, Mr. Chair, that went longer.
Well, if we're not at consensus, is it your worship, did you,
Well, just as a suggestion, if we were to, I'm trying to recall, Councillor Keel calls it postponing. If we were to postpone it, if one, like to the August meeting, if that was sufficient time to do it, but in the meantime, as a council, if we agreed that if they required it, we would respond to them, because God knows I've been criticized before for saying that I wouldn't want to see someone stuck, and I don't want to see anyone stuck, which is what's being
Are you
said.
putting that in a motion, your worship, or do we need a motion, Mr. CAO, to cover that, or just you have direction?
No, it'd be best if we had a motion, please.
So,
Motion.
so it's a motion to postpone with the direction or the motion that in the event that the town of Petawawa required that apparatus between now and when we formulate the agreement, that we would respond.
Very good, seconded by the deputy mayor. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. You have your direction, Mr. Chief.
Just for clarity purpose, Chair, would this, would cost recovery be applied in that response, or would this be?
It's been the general, what has been the general consensus previously? Was there cost recovery on, if you were called out immediately, you're saying?
No, we
Under
have not
mutual aid?
responded to the town of Petawawa with the area apparatus before.
Not, okay.
If you may, I'd like to think that if we responded to something in the town of Petawawa and assisted them, that the same goodwill would come back to the city of Pembroke, and that whatever the reasonable costs are, that they would pay it. Because otherwise that would look negatively upon us trying to negotiate this between now and
Nickel and dime.
next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Chief, okay? Thank you, Chief. Next item. Ms. Sorial, we have the Kiwanis Fieldhouse vertical lift. Kiwanis Fieldhouse vertical lift. Ms. Sorial, welcome.
Good evening. It's recommended by staff that the combined committee of council award tender T 24-11 platform lift at Kiwanis Building at Riverside Park to Walsh Brothers Pembroke for the concrete option to construct the lift and electrical work in the amount of $96,577 excluding HST. And secondly, approve the surplus transfer of $61,232 from the Victoria Hall Improvement Project and the City Hall Foundation Works capital budget to offset the shortfall required to complete the lift at the Kiwanis Fieldhouse. Council committed funds in 2024 in the capital budget for an elevator project at the Kiwanis Fieldhouse. A tender was issued and submissions were received and opened on July 11th, and 2 companies provided bids. The first company was a numbered company, 114-25579 Canada Inc., and they for a steel option and a concrete option for the lift, it came in at $127,000 each. The second bid was provided by Walsh Brothers Pembroke. For the steel option, the bid came in at $99,610, and for the concrete option, the bid came in at $96,577, and both were compliant. Currently, there is no accessibility for disabled or mobility impaired persons to access the second floor at the Kiwanis Fieldhouse. The old chairlift used to access the second floor was removed because it was unrepairable. This proposed lift will broaden the uses of the building, making it fully building code compliant, and further the purpose of the Accessibilities for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, the AODA, is to improve accessibility standards for Ontarians with physical disabilities in all establishments by 2025. The initial plan was to construct an exterior shaft and place the lift in that exterior shaft. This would involve losing a significant portion of the second floor deck, and it would also change the building's appearance, and we'd have to move the solar panels further down the roof. However, during the design phase, the review showed that plans included an area inside the building for a lift, and that lift was never constructed. So it was always there, but the lift was never constructed. So this discovery showed that a footing pad was poured in the basement for a proposed lift. Therefore, based on this finding, a new design for an internal lift was required and an additional cost of $4,355 from the original budget. The result of the interior lift is a better, longer-lasting product that provides an improved patron experience by keeping the weather exposure route shorter. Both the lift and the stairway entrances would be on the same side of the building, which is more conducive to vehicle drop-offs. And the appearance of the building would not be significantly altered, and the deck and the solar panels could remain. Also, an exterior lift would have to be climate controlled, which would have a higher long-term heating and maintenance cost rather than the inside lift. So the projected cost of the construction was increased to reflect the need for the extension of the concrete footings and the concrete base for the lift. The increase also requires wiring changes as well as increased design costs to accommodate the lift in the interior shaft. So the costs for that lift are now $44,800 for the elevator or the lift itself. The engineered design drawings are $37,855. The construction of the lift and the electrical, as per the Walsh Brothers bid, was $96,577. And Steve Barron Carpentry for a door of $12,000. So it's a total of $191,232. Kiwanis Club has agreed to provide a contribution of $50,000, and the capital budget was set in 2024 for $80,000. So that leaves $61,232 remaining. So the lift was originally scheduled to cost $129,000 based on the initial exterior lift design. And again, the Kiwanis were contributing $50,000 to that lift. A tender was issued for the new lift, and the lowest tender again was $96,577. So the over budget, this project is over budget by $61,232, and there's an approximate surplus of $25,559 left over from the improvement works at Victoria Hall, and an approximate surplus of $45,000 left over from the foundation works at City Hall, for a total surplus of $70,559. This surplus amount for these two projects would offset the cost to complete the lift at the Kiwanis Fieldhouse. Your direction is required.
I would move that we award to Walsh Brothers and the shortfall be funded from the surplus from the improvements works at Victoria Hall and the foundation works at City Hall.
Mover, you have a seconder. Councillor Purcell, discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Oh, I was just going to second it and say that this is a building the Kiwanis Club built and transferred to the city. The city uses it, Kiwanis Club uses it. It's very important to have accessibility for everyone, so I support the motion.
How long is that lease? Is that a long-term lease?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I was talking out of turn. I was somewhere else. Very good. Is there an answer?
There is an answer. So the lease was signed in 1990, June 5th, 1990. And the Kiwanis Club provided $180,000 towards it. The city paid the remainder. So, and in the agreement, it said that the building should not cost more than $300,000. I don't know what the actual cost is, but the city did put money in, and so did the Kiwanis Club. And it says the city shall grant to the club a lease on the second floor of the building for a nominal rent of $1 per year in perpetuity, or for the life of the structure, without any municipal taxes being levied thereon. So that
Thank
is-
you. We know the invaluable work Kiwanis does, Kiwanis Fieldhouse, the Kiwanis Walkway, you name it, they're always involved in something. I was being a little facetious by that, so I hope no one took that out of context. Anyway, we have a motion on the floor. Those in favor to award to Walsh Brothers? Can I see a show of hands again, please? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. Next item, encroachment agreement delegation authority, Ms. Sorio.
So one of the amendments of Bill 109, which received royal assent in April of 2022, was the requirement for the mandatory delegation of approval authority to staff for site plan approval under the Planning Act. So the province put this in place to ensure site plan agreements could be done more expediently by removing an extra layer of approval, which would in turn result in a more timely development. The City of Pembroke presently has this in place under bylaw 2022-52, and delegation authority has been given to the CAO to sign all site plan agreements after it's gone through a rigorous review process and staff is satisfied all issues have been addressed. City staff is hoping to be provided by the committee with delegation authority for encroachment agreements. Presently, encroachment requests are brought before the Planning and Development Committee with recommendations by staff. So prior to getting to committee, staff have spent extensive time reviewing each application. They're reviewed by the planning department, the building department, the fire department, and the operations department. And we're looking to ensure that the request is appropriate, provides for accessibility and safety, doesn't cause visibility issues, stormwater issues are addressed, etc. So recently, the committee has approved 2 encroachment agreements that were recommended by staff, one being an outdoor patio at 53 Pembroke Street West, and then the outdoor art gallery for the PBIA. Typically, committee has approved all encroachment agreements that were recommended by staff. However, if there was a discrepancy between staff and the applicant regarding requirements for the encroachment, then it would be brought before the Planning and Development Committee for their review and consideration. By delegating authority to staff to approve encroachment agreements, it will save time at the committee level and will provide quicker approvals for the applicant. The applicant would still be required to enter into an encroachment agreement, and the encroachment agreement states that the applicant is responsible for the continued maintenance and repair of the encroachment, that the city wouldn't be liable anyway for the encroachment, and if the city required this land for any purpose, then they would have to give it back to us without any undue delay. So there would be no loss of revenue if delegation authority is provided to staff. The application fee for an encroachment agreement is $450 plus HST, and it aids in excellent partnerships with businesses and organizations. Your direction is required.
I would move that this committee accept the recommendation and request, like I said, a bylaw be brought forward at
Yes.
some point. Yes.
Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Questions, discussion? Seeing none? Those in favor?
Hey, if we're all going to vote for it, let's go.
Thank you.
Next item, Soriel.
Okay, cannabis production facility. So in 2015, council amended the comprehensive zoning bylaw to allow medical marijuana production facilities in our industrial zones, our M1 and our M2 zones. Then in 2020, we did a whole new zoning bylaw, and at that time, the definition was expanded to allow cannabis production facilities. So not just medical marijuana, it was cannabis production. And so that definition is that for the growing, production, processing, testing, destroying, storing, packaging, and/or distribution of medical and/or recreational cannabis authorized by a federally issued license or registration. And no part of the operation, whether accessory or not, would be located outside. So there have been issues in particular with a particular cannabis production facility recently in the city, and there were many complaints about odor. A vast majority of these types of operations are operating under the Health Canada registration system to produce cannabis for medical purposes in separate suites in one building. There is a lack of inspection from Health Canada, and what that means is they have received authorization from Health Canada to grow a certain amount of cannabis plants, and in many cases they're growing well over what they are allotted. So further, they do not have to meet, they don't have to meet the requirements for odor control because they're growing in smaller suites, smaller areas. So this has caused a problem in many Ontario municipalities. So in previous discussions with Health Canada about the legislation, they have confirmed that medical cannabis can be produced at a site with multiple license holders and individuals with medical cannabis needs, and that person can appoint an individual to grow it for them. There is no restriction on the number of licenses permitted on a single parcel or within a single building, as long as they're considered separate sites. So a site is defined as at least one building or a part of a building. Health Canada did note that local municipalities and their bylaws may impose restrictions on setbacks between cannabis production sites and or the location of licensed sites within their jurisdiction. The city has limited cannabis production facilities to M1 and M2 zones, our industrial zones, but it has not limited the distance between cannabis production facilities, nor does it require any odor mitigation measures. So the city did obtain a legal opinion about the multiple licenses in the same building, and the city's lawyer, Tony Fleming of Cunningham Swan, indicated it's not something that is regulated under the zoning bylaw. Zoning can impose limitations in form of a separation distance, and it might be possible to limit the density within certain areas, but there needs to be a good land use planning rationale to defend this restriction. If it makes good land use planning sense to limit the negative impacts or to restrict cannabis to certain areas of the municipality, then that limitation is something our solicitor feels can be defended. However, the solicitor stated if the land use planning limitations are arbitrary or unnecessarily restrictive or are intended to restrict an otherwise legal use for an improper purpose, the limitation would not survive a court challenge. So many municipalities have established a minimum separation distance between facilities, and that they must be away from community-sensitive land uses such as schools, residences, and community centers. So we looked at the Ministry of the Environment's D6 guideline for compatibility between industrial facilities and sensitive land uses, and the city came up with a 70-meter separation distance, and that's in our zoning bylaw right now. However, looking at many municipalities, they're all using 150 meter setback from sensitive land uses. And many municipalities are also adding odor control requirements to the provisions of a cannabis production facility. So licensed producers are expected to obey all relevant federal, provincial, and municipal laws and bylaws, including zoning bylaws. So municipalities have several tools where we can regulate the odor and the separation distance. We can do it through zoning bylaws, site plan control, odor bylaws, licensing, and inspections and monitoring. So the City of Brantford and the City of Ottawa, they require a cannabis production facility to obtain a business license, which includes a review of the facility's plans for odor control. So further, the licensed facilities are subject to regular inspection to ensure compliance with their odor control plans. These plans could be peer reviewed at the developer's cost to ensure that the odor control plan is appropriate and effective, because staff really don't have the experience with odor control management. As an example, the town of Pelham and the town of Aurora, they require an odor management plan to be submitted as part of the site plan review process. So I guess what we're saying is, now that there are no cannabis production facilities in Pembroke at this point, now's the time to we have several options. One is either remove cannabis production facilities from the list of permitted industrial uses and require a site-specific zoning for each new production facility that comes about. Or we could require cannabis production facilities to be licensed and/or require a specific odor bylaw. This means a licensing bylaw or order bylaw for cannabis production would have to be approved by council, and these bylaws would require detailed odor mitigation measures. Thirdly, as another option, we could leave the cannabis production facilities as is in the zoning bylaw and allow them in M1 and M2 zones, but add odor mitigation measures and a higher setback. I should have put in there. Or finally, just leave the cannabis production facilities in the zoning bylaw in an M1 and M2 zone with the present provisions that we have, and not require any odor mitigation measures. So,
Thank you. Question to our planner. So these cannabis facilities, as you stated, we currently don't have any current in operation in the city. Is that correct?
through you, that's correct. At this point, there are no cannabis production facilities.
Right. You know, we talk about M1, M2, you know, having for these in those areas, because those tend to be the industrial areas in the city. You know, if people, we've gone through this before, that there's certain, you know, developments get built and houses get placed right on the edge of these, you know, industrial facilities, and then what happens is you'll have, you know, people move into these houses, then complain that they're living beside an industrial facility, but they chose to buy that house or live there. So I'm on the in the opinion of not, you know, it's already, we zoned it M1, M2 because those are the areas where we want industrial facilities or higher noise, higher thing, you know, production to happen, because we want to fill those places up. So I'm of the opinion that we just leave it in the M1, M2, and do nothing at this point.
Councilor Keel, sorry.
Slightly different position. So I'm largely in agreement with Councillor Plummer, and we're probably two of the biggest anti-regulation people sitting around this table. Generally speaking, to me, this is generally proven to work, because I think we did have another facility at Superior Electric, and I don't believe we ran into many concerns. I do understand, and Councillor Giacono and I had a meeting with the planner on oh God, that was only yesterday. yesterday. So I am also aware that when it's a large production facility, there's regulations that require odor mitigation, I believe is correct. For these smaller ones, there is no regulation about odor control. So I'm more leaning just to number 3, that we generally leave things as is, but we require odor control now for those smaller things. And I think that would be us acting rather conservatively. We're addressing a specific plan. We're not just over-regulating the crap out of this. So that's where I would land is just with number 3, but adding odor mitigation to the list, because that is something we've had an actual problem with. We had discussed licensing and whatnot at our meeting. I'm still concerned that adds more work for our staff. Licensing, however, would also give us, because a license, they have to accept the conditions of the license. I mean, that could potentially also give us more rights to inspect and, bring in the fire department and ORPC and other places that sometimes have interest in these facilities. But I think I'll withhold for now and say the only problem we're being asked about, and I think, Councillor Jan, there were complaints, I believe, on a certain facility. So I'm going to go with number 3, I think it is.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, we have 70 meters right now as a separation between sensitive land uses. Upon reviewing other municipalities, the minimum seems to be 150. So, but that is up to you whether you'd like me to change that as well.
I don't think Deputy Mayor heard you,
Oh,
Ms. Sorio.
sorry.
About
So
the-
presently, there's a 70-meter setback requirement between a cannabis production facility and sensitive land uses, which include residential, community centers, and daycares and schools. So, but most municipalities, every municipality that I've looked at, the minimum seems to be 150 meters.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Purcell.
So motion to approve number 3 and add 150 meter setback.
Motion on the floor to approve and add a 150-foot setback, meter, sorry. Seconded by Councillor Purcell. Discussion. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Chair. So I believe that, I could be wrong here, that some of our industrial areas are actually less than 150 meters from the majority of residential, and therefore the 70 meters was placed in reference to still have these facilities or have allow them. So if we change the zoning setback to 150, I think you've just now kicked out the even ability to have these facilities and makes the even zoning a mute point. But I could be corrected, but I remember seeing something before. To the Colleen?
Through you, there would be some areas like in the Transcan Corporate Park that would be fine, that would meet that 150 meters. The thing is, you could also, if you put the 150 meters in, and somebody comes in and they find a location and they're, say, 200 meters or whatever, there's nothing to say that they can't come forward for a rezoning or a minor variance to grant relief from that section.
Your Worship.
Question then a comment. So Councillor Keel mentioned Superior Electric, and I'm, for the life of me, trying to recall whenever whoever it was that wanted to put a marijuana production facility in there, I recall having council had conversation about the neighboring property owners, and I, for the life of me, can't remember, Spring Hill Crescent, I think, is what it is. And I can't remember if it was about the odor, if it was about the light, was it about both? So, do you recall?
Yes.
That's the question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that was in regards to the setback. So they were supposed to be 70 meters, and I think they were 68 or 65 meters. They were very close from the production facility to neighboring residential uses. So it went through the minor variance process. There were some members of Springfield Crescent, residents of Springfield Crescent that were at the meeting, but there was never any registered complaints about odor in that facility.
Councillor Keel?
Well, I have a complaint, Mr. Chair, that she answered my question before I got to ask it.
Thank you. Well, your time's up. Very good.
So that was going to be my question, was did, Superior Electric, given its location, because I did have to look it up again on the map when I got home the other day, if we didn't have complaints, and did Superior Electric, we keep calling it Superior, did that production facility have the odor controls and whatnot?
Through you, no, I don't believe they did, but they did, it was a more, let's say, secure building, like it met the building code. These were, where the other facility was, those buildings were never intended to be like buildings, they were more storage sheds. So the odor would permeate easier into the air than it would through this existing building at the old Superior Electric.
So I'm inclined, based on the fact that we had obviously vigilant residents who then didn't have any complaints, I would be inclined to leave it at the 70 and not have to go through approvals and whatnot, because if that hasn't been a problem, other than a building, and I know where the example that you're using is, and yes, that was not a real commercial building, it was storage sheds. It was a wooden structure, like it wasn't a concrete normal building that I think we're talking about. So I would be inclined to say let's just leave the 70 meters, because we had a case that didn't cause a problem, but that we focus on the concern that people have, which is the odor mitigation.
Your worship?
Just simply to say that I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Keel. We want economic development. We want things to happen, and that is an exact example or a prime example of what the concerns were. And so I would support what I think is what Councillor Keel is saying is option 3, but not increasing setbacks or anything like that.
So the mover has mentioned 150 meter setback. Is he willing to adjust that? I believe, was it your motion, Deputy Mayor? Yeah. Are you and the seconder willing to readjust?
Yeah, I
that?
can adjust it to 70 and go from there.
Rest council happy with that? I have one comment from the chair, Madam Sorial. Mrs. Sorial.
Sorry, just a point of order there. So we've got an amended motion, so that's got to be voted on
We'll
before.
vote on the amended motion.
I'll move to amend to remove the 150 meter.
Move to amend the 150 meter to 70 meters as previous, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Discussion, those in favor? Against, carried. Now the main motion, or are we, now we'll vote on the main motion. Number three, which is, can you repeat that, please? There's been a lot of conversation going on, trying to keep it together.
Yeah, so the motion would to leave cannabis production facilities as is, zoning bylaw, and allow in M1 and M2 zones, but add odor mitigation measures.
Before I call the question, I just have one concern from the chair. The Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, if there's a problem with any nuclear product, they're on people like a rabid dog. We have a production going on here with cannabis. There's no inspection by the federal government. They turn a deaf ear. I believe that a very strong letter should be worded to our member of Parliament asking why inspections for medical marijuana in our community, once they're established, are not done. And I mean, we'd mentioned today about smaller plots, larger plots. There's no control. And I mean, we're not trained to do that. I'd like an answer from from the federal government as to why, as they are the official mandated group to inspect those areas for odor control, et cetera, based on size, based on small containment, et cetera, why they're not here. And I would really like to have an answer from our member of parliament, if that's possible. That's my comment. Anyway, those in favor of the motion on the floor? Against? Carried, thank you. So we'll, you have your direction? Thank you. Pembroke and Area Airport Commission budget. Sloxty makes her entrance, very good. Welcome, Madam Treasurer. You're standing there in the wings waiting for the meeting to end right away, I'm sure. Carry on.
Thank you. I think I scared a few people if I was going to show up or not. Pembroke and Area Airport Commission 2024 budget. So every year, the Pembroke and Area Airport Commission is required to submit their annual budget for the approval of each council as per the joint ownership, management, and funding agreement. So a copy of their 2024 budget is attached, along with a breakdown of the allocation for each municipality that has an interest in the airport. So currently in the 2024 budget, the city's share of costs would be $21,440.54 as compared to a budget of $22,000 and a 2023 contribution of $20,821.45. So this item supports community partnerships, and I'm looking for a recommendation to approve their 2024 budget, and a formal resolution on this matter is included as part of the council agenda package. Thank you.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell.
Yeah, motion to accept the
Motion?
budget, yeah.
Okay, to accept the budget as presented. Are there questions of the treasurer? Seeing none. Would you like to wait till Councillor Keel comes back? He's excused himself for a moment. Councillor Keel, there's a motion on the floor to accept the Pembroke Area Commission budget by members of council. I was asking if there are any questions. You obviously have reviewed the information from the package. Those in favor? Against? You're against? You're against, you think? Yeah. Okay, sorry, I just want to, sorry, the hands were going up and down. So, again, sorry, one more call. Those in favor? Those against? It's carried. Thank you. Next item. Transit pilot project priorities and steering committee membership.
Thank you. So currently, I'm seeking direction on transit pilot project priorities and steering committee membership. So back in February 2024, the Finance and Admin Committee provided direction to move forward and issue an RFP for an integrated on-demand transit service, excluding Handybus, commencing April 1st and based on the North Grenville model. So currently, project update, an RFP has been issued for project management services to manage the writing of the RFP, launching of the service, and to develop the necessary underlying policies. So the closing for this RFP has been extended to July 18th, 2024, and should be awarded shortly thereafter. Currently, a budget of $60,000 has been identified for the startup phase, and this should cover up to the completion of the RFP portion of project management services. And any further budgetary requirements would be included as part of the RFP award decision by council. So currently, I'm looking for feedback on two particular areas to help guide the project. The first area of feedback that I need is how budget sensitive is council in implementing an on-demand transit solution? Is council interested in minimizing the cost of this solution over and above any potential user preferences, or does user preferences play a role? And the reason why I ask this is because I think one of the decisions we'll have to make for the RFP is to at least put a preference into what type of stop that we're looking for transit. So there's basically a variety of stops we can have for transit. we can have, I guess the least expensive option is a virtual stop, which means I want to be picked up, and I'm heading west, and the bus is heading, this way across my house, and I'm going to go to the corner on the right. I'm going east, and the bus is going by my house this way, and I'm going to go to the corner over here. So you might be picked up in a different location depending on where the bus is and where you're going to. So that has the potential to be a little confusing for users because you're never necessarily picked up in the right place. But there would be a parameter that says we're not going to have people walk more than 450 meters or something like that. So that would be the lowest cost option in implementing an on-demand transit service. And I guess you could go to like an interim, which is having specific bus stops located in your neighborhood that you would go to, and the bus would pick you up there. So that's slightly more inefficient because the bus might have to turn around or go around a block to pick you up at that particular stop. And then I guess the most accommodating to users is to actually pick you up at the bottom of your driveway, basically, to take you to where you want to go next. So there's a whole range of kind of stop options that would influence how much the transit solution would cost. And so I'm just wondering, does council say, I want the lowest cost option, or does user preference kind of play into this at all? Or is there a balance that council wants to achieve between the two, under a certain parameters, at least, for consideration as we go through the RFP? And I guess based on your feedback, we will try to kind of incorporate this kind of direction into the wording of the RFP, just so we get the options that council would consider acceptable. So I don't know if we want to, this is like a three-parter, so maybe
Okay.
I'll stop here and.
Question's been asked. Councillor Plummer, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Keel.
Well, certainly, I don't know the lowest cost is the right wording, but maybe the most efficient. Because if anyone's ever taken an Uber, all your stops are virtual. You open your app, it says where you are. It'll say they're going to pick you up across the street, right in front of your hotel, or down the road, wherever it needs to be. So I don't think that we've all talked around this council about being efficient and more cost effective to the ratepayer. I don't think bringing back conventional bus stops and have a bus run around the city and do a loop is the most economical. I think that was the highest cost and would require, I don't know, I think it was like 4 buses, and estimates were $3 million. It was just didn't make sense from any perspective. I don't think any member of council would be voting in favor of that, or bringing back, archaic way of moving people around the city. So I would be in favor of the most economical cost and maybe the most technological way of picking people up, and I'll leave it there at that.
Councillor Purcell, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Keel.
Just want to take into consideration accessibility issues as well. A lot of the individuals that will be using the public transit options will typically also have some mobility, or potentially could have mobility issues as well. So we're just wondering about winter months and those kinds of things. So, it needs to be, I understand it needs to be cost effective, but it also has to be convenient for the user. Otherwise, the user's not going to use it. So, and I think we got to look at who our target audience is, and really kind of look at what that demographic looks like and what their needs are. So, if it's going to be strictly students and elderly, then we need to accommodate. Otherwise, they're not going to use the service. So we're just throwing our money away. So I think that's really, really important. I do like the virtual piece in regards to, here I'm located here and the bus comes by and I just go to the nearest point from point A to point B. And I think that could be cost effective. And I like what, Councillor Plummer said in terms of just utilizing the technology is there in terms of anybody that does rideshare. It's pretty simple to use. I assume it's going to be something very similar to that.
Thank you. Councillor Keel, Lafreniere, and his worship.
Funny enough, this actually brings me back to, I think, the first weekend after I filed my nomination papers, and a certain Councillor Abdel at that point ran across a field at the marina during the Multicultural Festival to talk to me, and transit. And I told him, I said, I'll support it as long as it's cost effective. So I would say to Madam Treasurer that I'm certainly looking towards cost efficiency to be the main point. I have some concerns that if we overcomplicate the system, and I think Councillor Purcell was just saying this, that, you know, then if nobody uses it, and I had the opportunity to speak to one of our former bus drivers, and he pointed out to me that in the 90s that various decisions of council was changing routes and changing times, and I guess even after that, when the bus was being run by one of the private companies, you know, it wasn't running on a perfect 1 hour or half hour stop. It was actually running on a 15-minute moving around the clock kind of system, which confused people. So I would be I want to say I'm inclined to say the cheapest option, but I'm worried that senior, you know, who doesn't necessarily have a smartphone, although they're getting there. I mean, I don't want to. I think we should stop knocking seniors and new technology, because there's not as many seniors as we might think that are without technology these days. But I agree with Councillor Plummer that, you know, if especially for the younger people, if it says, well, go to this block today, or your phone you're looking at says go to this block today, you should be able to figure that out. And it's certainly going to be better than paying $40 to go back and forth to Walmart. So I'm inclined to say the cheapest option, but worst case scenario, the number two option. Certainly not. I mean, nobody needs to get picked up at the end of their driveway. I don't know of a public transit system that accommodates anybody that well. Certainly, if you go to New York, which has one of the largest systems in all of North America, the subway doesn't come up to your house. So that, I think, is too accommodating and isn't expected out of a public transit system.
Thank you. Councillor Fernier, His Worship, and the Deputy Mayor.
So cost efficiency, number one. Virtual, I mean, I'm a senior, and I'm fine on the phone. I can use any app. You get over 70, I think it's hit and miss. My husband uses all my accounts, doesn't really know much about a cell phone or a computer. So I'm a little concerned, because I know that when we did all the surveys, and that large number were like over 75 that were saying, you know, I'm not driving my car anymore and I might use transit. I think virtual won't be an option for them. So as long as there's some kind of option where maybe they could dial phone and get a pickup, that would be convenient for them. So, yeah, that's it.
Your Worship, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to comment that when there was the discussion about door-to-door, so if you do already qualify because you're a senior or because you have different challenges, the handy bus already does do the door-to-door, which is something I pointed out to an individual at a community watch meeting that recently, the Deputy Mayor and I attended, because she says, when is this transit thing happening? And I said, you probably already qualify, so why aren't you calling the handy bus? But in any event, so I would agree with what's being said.
Deputy Mayor.
It's important, it's going to be so important when this starts, if council approves the final RFP costing, if, that it's marketed properly and that people are, residents are educated on using the transit, because if we don't use it, we lose it. So I'm happy, I'm half and half. I believe in the efficiency of it. The virtual, you okay? Yeah. Okay. The virtual stops are important for the younger crowd, and the suburbs in the neighborhoods. The virtual stop would be okay, but I also would like to see some destination stops like the mall, the high school, the college. As far as retirement homes go, that's a good question. How are we going to figure that out? Because some seniors would want to take the regular transit, some would take the handy bus, because handy bus you have to call 24 hours ahead. So we'll have to work out something with the retirement homes. We could go there, and then we get virtual stops elsewhere. So destination points, and then the virtual stop. So I think it's all a matter of education and marketing, and everyone to get used to the program. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. We've had so many motions this evening, I can't remember. No? Direction?
So what I'm taking as direction is that that we would be looking more for a virtual stop with potentially some exceptions, understanding that handy bus is the go-to, but if there was a gray area where, you know, somebody's phoning in, they don't have a cell phone, there may be situations where a specific stop might be required for certain users. But the bulk of it would be on a virtual stop type basis, is what I'm hearing from everybody. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
From the chair, I think as well, economically as possible. Virtual, you know, the electronic age is here. But as Councilor Plummer said, you know, the subway doesn't run up to your door in New York City. And a lot of people, oh, sorry, Councilor Keel said, the subway does run up to your door in New York City. So people expecting pickup right in their driveway. I mean, this is such a disjointed city as far as road structure goes. It's east, west, north, south, and everywhere else. So there would have to be some defined stops. Thank you.
Okay, so area number 2 for discussion is related to electric vehicles and the April 1st start date. So my second question is, how committed are we to electric? And if we're very committed to electric, how committed are we to an April 1st start date? So in this situation, I guess a couple things to point out is that we might not be able to get electric vehicles for April 1st. So are we, like, we absolutely want to start the service if we can April 1st, and, you know, for a small amount of time, maybe have to look at gas until we can get electric vehicles? Or are we willing to push April 1st to be like when the vehicles are available? And that's assuming that people would bid an electric solution. And I guess the other point I'd like to make is that the next report I have to discuss is about our FCM grant application. And the FCM is pretty much only going to consider the city's application if it's based on electric. So.
Councillor Keel.
So, this is gonna, some people are gonna get mad by this one. I would like to think that generally speaking, I'm pretty environmentally friendly. I am glad that I was elected to a city council that already had environmental planning and whatnot going on. I know some still don't. My thought at the end of the day is we're talking about a service, particularly to groups of vulnerable people. I just want the service to happen, and I want it to happen as efficiently as possible. I am not personally wedded to electric. At the same time, I'm aware that there's certain grants and whatnot out there that could be quite substantial if we go with electric. So I guess what I would say from my perspective, and I don't know if you're going to like this, Madam Treasurer, is whatever is most cost effective, and I'm perfectly happy leaving that one to you. This is a trial run for the beginning, and I know the Deputy Mayor, he's probably going to speak about it. You know, some people say the buses in the colder climate don't work. He asked me to look at Gander, Newfoundland, which is cold. It's colder than we are. And they've had electric buses now through winters and seemingly no issues, certainly nothing that I can find reported on. I think they use diesel generators to little diesel heaters to keep the bus warm. So maybe that's why they're not having some issues that other places are having. But I will say to you, Madam Treasurer, it is more important to get a bus for our citizens than it is for me right now to be electric. We can always look at electric in the future, which a number of places are doing. But I think the service is more important than the environmental concern about the bus at this point. And I do apologize for not really giving you a direction on that one.
Councillor Plummer.
I just don't think electric is the, you know, it's all great and understanding that, you know, we're moving forward, new technology. There's a lot of infrastructure that goes with it, with electronic or electric that currently is not in place. We talk about even, you know, there's a few charging stations. There's difference between fast chargers, slow chargers, medium charge, the amount of watts it takes. The infrastructure is not there. You know, you can go to a gas station, fill up your car quickly, even a diesel. You can't go unless you want to wait. And if we're talking about a system service that's going to be on demand, and you know you run out of a charge halfway through, well, where's that second bus coming from, or where's the third bus? Or if there's two buses on there and we need a third one in backup because the battery dies, Have you left anything out in the cold to try to cold start anything on a cold night? If we're going to go with electric, go down the path of electric, we need storage. We need to put these buses inside, keep them warm at night. Even Deputy Mayor mentioned they have little diesel generators. That's another added cost. Who's running the generators? Who's filling these up at night? Who's keeping things running? There's many other things that we have to think about if we're going electric that I don't think that we're at the point right now to even consider. If we're considering a rapid system that we want to get in place or at least cost, certainly I've been a big proponent of this transit system, and I'll still voice concerns as we go down the path and wait to see the RFP. But on a logistical side of this, I don't see how we can make electric work for next April.
Your Worship, Deputy Mayor.
Just to reiterate what Councillor Plummer is saying, when I talked to an individual that works at OC Transpo, and they got a whole bunch of electric buses and then basically ended up canning them because it was cheaper to can them and go back to the diesel as opposed to trying to get batteries for them, and just the issues they were having, fires that they were having with the different buses. I don't see it. I don't see it right now. I know what the handy bus, what our climate is like, what it does to those to the buses, and the more suited they are for warmer climates, the worse they are in our climate. The handy bus had a kneeling bus, atrocious in our environment with the snow and ice and everything building up on it, breaking the bags and so forth. And I realize that's not, having to do with electric, but what I'm trying to illustrate is that it might work in California, it might work wherever, but I can't see it working here. And as the Councillor Plummer saying, I don't think we have the infrastructure to handle it. Frankly, I don't understand in terms of the government. Yes, it's, it looks good and that sort of thing. I just don't see where they have the infrastructure. They're telling us to not use as much hydro in terms of air conditioning and so forth, and yet you're going to run around and charge a whole bunch of buses. I just don't see it. So I don't support the electric bus option.
Deputy Mayor.
So we have So the last council approved a climate emergency declaration. We're also part of the Federation of Municipalities climate change program, whatever it's called. There's 4 steps or 5 steps we have to go through. The operations department and the city have a climate lens on purchasing and what we're doing. So, are we giving lip service to climate change here? Is that what we're doing? Saying, oh, we support climate change, and we're serious about it. But when it comes to the option to get a $500,000 grant for 2 electric minibuses, which would lower the tax increase, I believe, by 2% or more for the pilot project. I've done some research on the electric bus situation. In Edmonton, there was a company, Edmonton Transit bought Proterra buses. Proterra was a battery company, and they had issues with the bus. Proterra was not a bus company. They started out as a battery manufacturer, then they said, oh, we're going to make buses. So that's why they have the issue in Edmonton. There are electric minibuses available. There's companies that get a vehicle, a chassis, and they modify it. It's called a cutaway. There's also a company that makes a electric bus from scratch, and they've been doing it for quite a while. And as far as the comments that have been made, in the wintertime, St. John's, New Brunswick had 6 electric buses, minibuses. They leased them for 18 months, then they bought them. They went through 2 winters with no episodes. Minnesota Valley tested one for 6 weeks and just bought 5 of these particular buses. The diesel heater, it's not a generator, it's a diesel heater that you put inside the bus, and most electric vehicles will lose 25 to 30% of their distance in the wintertime. But with a diesel heater, you only lose 3 to 5% range. The range of the electric, one of these buses is 126 miles, and you get a DC fast charger, and it takes an hour and 20 minutes to charge. The bus is never going to be empty on juice, so it's not going to take an hour and 20 minutes to charge. I've already confirmed with the former manager of Ottawa River Power Corporation that we do have the capacity to have a DC generator. There's nothing wrong with electric. That's why the government is pushing it. It's green energy. This is a pilot project. Delivery time is 3 to 6 months. There's demo buses available. So if these buses survive the St. John's, New Brunswick winter and Minnesota Valley in the States, there's nothing wrong with the particular electric option going forward. So, but I do agree, if electric was not available, we would go with the gas to start. So we need to be flexible and give the treasurer that authority. But in a few minutes, we'll be talking about the FCM grant, which I've already talked about. So there's nothing wrong with electric. It's emerging technology, always changing. The capacity is always there. If we plug in a bus in Pembroke, the whole grid's not going to suffer. So the capacity is there, and anytime you go to a Good Roads Conference or Rural Ontario Municipal Association, there's always a luncheon hosted by the hydro folks at Hydro, and they're planning for the capacity. Everyone's not going to run out and buy electric vehicles overnight, so it's going to take time. They're too expensive anyhow right now. There's no Ontario rebate for them. The advantage of the electric is we could get the grant, and if we decided to purchase them, the Rural Transit Fund covers 80% of the balance. And some of the lease payments go off the purchase price. So it is possible. So I'm fully in favor of electric, especially when we have a climate declaration and we say we're climate change oriented in this community. Thank you.
Councillor Bernier, Councillor Purcell.
I guess my question, I know that the grant application is next, but they're kind of married together, really. Is there, would we be able to apply for it? And we might not even get it, but we could decide at that time. I mean, these two items should almost be together, because if we can get that kind of funding towards it, like you said, why not try it? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I don't know what the cost to us would be exactly, even with the grant. So I wish I knew that. It doesn't really say that in the report. It says, 50% of eligible costs, population in 20,000. Anyway, I'm reading ahead in the agenda, I know that, but I mean, I'd like to know, maybe if we got the grant for the electric, maybe that's the way to go. I mean, we still have to buy a bus regardless, whether it's gas or electric. So I guess my only question is, when would you charge the bus? So you're saying,
Madam Treasurer, did you want to respond to
Through you,
Councillor
do you
Bernier,
know-
some of her
yeah,
questions?
so I'm,
So I did speak directly to the FCM program today about the application that's due August 6th. So perhaps the grant itself, we would likely qualify for, if we were to be successful at it, and they did tell me that it's going to be a highly competitive program. So again, not guaranteed we're going to get it, even if we say electric. We would likely get $500,000 in funding if we were successful, but there would certainly be more costs associated with electric because we could lease the buses to start, and that would be beneficial because certain vendors have like lease to own type programs where you can buy it, a couple years down the road for less money. So that might be advantageous to us to look at situations like that. But we would need a charging station for midday charging. And there's a cost to that just off the gate. So certainly some of the $500,000 would have to go towards extra costs for the buses and extra charge to build the charging infrastructure that would be needed. So there would likely be a savings, but it wouldn't be the whole $500,000 if we were successful in the grant. So perhaps the right approach is to say that we would go electric if we were successful in the grant, and we will not know that until she was saying, probably just because it's related to a feasibility study, and that feasibility study has to be analyzed. We're in the later part, so we probably wouldn't know till Christmas time, January, if we were successful or not. So we would have likely already decided to go, no-go by then. So we could kind of put something in there to say if we were successful, we would want to transition from gas to electric. as part of our RFP then, was kind of what I'm hearing, provided that it's going to save us money overall in the cost of the project. Is that what I'm hearing from everybody?
Councillor Purcell, do you want to
I
comment?
I think there's one option that's missing. It's a hybrid option. I know I've been kind of looking at those as well. So it's kind of got the best of both worlds. You could have diesel and electric in combination. So it offsets it, maybe gives you a little bit more in terms of distance, allows you to travel throughout the day without a recharge. Still has the, you know, the savings, it still is kind of a green, you know, a green option, but there's a hybrid piece that we need to consider as well. Now, does that $500,000 in regards to the, would that include a hybrid option? Or is it strictly electric?
So what I've been told by the program is that like they've reprofiled and they're only funding electric now.
Only 100% electric?
Like as part of the new program. So I mean, we're still being evaluated under the old program, but our projects are being compared to the new program. So it definitely makes it seem like, and obviously they can't say a firm yes or no, but my takeaway is it's got to be electric if we're going to have a chance at getting the money off.
Because even like I was just looking at PEI, they ordered 100 school buses, and at any time they have 16 to 18 school buses, you know, in the shop. That's a lot. That's a huge breakdown rate. You know, you're looking at 18%. And we only have 2 buses. So that's an issue for me. So I know the reliable is the diesel, but in some cases, I think that maybe is the better option. And the reason I say that is, and maybe, you know, our director of Parks and Rec could even comment on that. You know, even looking at an ice resurfacer, electric ice resurfacer causes all kinds of issues in regards to maintenance and not really efficient in terms of the operations because there's lots of mechanical problems and mechanical issues. So even when we're looking at a ice resurfacer, it won't be electric. It'll be propane. Propane, correct? Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Just wanted to comment, the rural transit, the DC fast charger is between 75 to 90,000. The rural transit fund can pay 80% of that if it's open at the time of that cost. And you charge, Councillor Freni asked, when will you charge these buses? The way the software works with the on-demand, you pick your peak points. So your non-peak time is when one bus would charge, the other bus would be on the road, then they would trade spots and then make sure during peak times they're charged fully to go the rest of the day. That's the thing, that's a good thing about on-demand. You can analyze the data and know where your key most busiest spots are going to be during the day and adjust accordingly.
Okay. If we've beaten that one to death, you sort of have your direction where council is looking. Sorry, you understand where council is going, Ms. Lochte, so you'll provide us with some other info. You can carry on with the next item, I guess. One's married to the other.
Okay, so the last item in this report is about the steering committee. So at this time, I'm looking to create a steering committee that would be essentially a cross-section of users and stakeholders that could provide some feedback as we develop and roll out the service. And that's, again, to try to at least improve the chances of it being successful out the gate. You know, that we have had some feedback on how the service is designed and how it's communicated out to the community. So as part of the attachment to this report, I did provide some information on the project definition and the vision, which I will update now with your feedback. And I also provided a draft terms of reference for a project steering committee, and I did highlight in yellow I guess the questions that I would have to council in terms of membership. So in terms of council members, I mean, we could have up to 3 as selected by council. Historically, under the last term of council, I think we had, I don't know if it was formal or informal, but we did have a transit committee of 3 council members, which was the mayor, the deputy mayor, and Councillor Reevy was considered the council members of the transit committee. And then, again, kind of suggested some categories of community representatives. I mean, we'd have to see the interest if we could get all of these, areas filled. So certainly looking from feedback from council in terms of, is there anything that's overkill? Is there anything missing from the list? And just to get your support. And then I will finalize this document, and we'd kind of issue a call for people to volunteer for the steering committee to help shape the project as we move forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
So the treasurer and I met 2 weeks ago and went over the report and the committee structure. And it was important to include high school representation because one of the high schools guidance counselors contacted me, and they're interested in public transit, especially for the co-op students that they have in the high school. And some high school students have jobs after school and that, so that's important. And also we felt that, of course, social services from the Renfrew County and large employers from both ends of the city and also the college, truly important to get them involved, not just the administration, but the student association. And people on the committee who support public transit. We've passed the RFP motion, so we want people, and these individuals, these groups are the ones that came forth during the feasibility study that said they want to look into transit. So that's important.
Councillor Fernier?
So I'm looking at school board representative, possible plural there. Right now, I'm not sure what the age cutoff, or is there one, when they bus children to school in Pembroke. So I'm not sure about that. I know if you live a certain distance from the school, you are bused. I'm a little cautious because I know when we had crossing guards, the schools were responsible to pay those crossing guards, and then all of a sudden we became responsible because they no longer did it, and the community wanted that service, so we paid for it, and then we had police doing it, and then we ended up eventually dropping it because it was an extra budget item, and we couldn't get anybody to do the job. I'm just wondering, and there has been some whisper about reduction in bus services in the city, so I'm just hoping that doesn't mean that that's going to become our responsibility to move students to school. I understand that students do, especially high school students, maybe they need to get to work, after school and that kind of thing. But I just would be cautious that they're not going to say, well, we don't need to provide a service for those students anymore. So I just want to make sure that's not going to be part of that dialogue.
Deputy Mayor?
In response to your comment, Councillor Freni, one group or person that we should have on the committee is the manager of the Renfrew County Joint Transportation Committee, Justin Jeffrey. I want to congratulate him on his new position. He also serves on the library board. So Justin would be the rep for the whole Catholic and public school board transportation. And he has commented to me that the province is encouraging school boards to look at public transit also, not as an end result, but to partnership and that also.
Okay. Anything further? So you know where you're sort of going there, Madam Chair? Very good. The FMC grant application. Green Municipal Fund. In 500 words or less. Joking.
So in 2022, the city submitted a pre-application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund for an on-demand transit pilot project, which could provide funding of essentially up to $500,000. So in June of 2022, the city did receive notification that we met the eligibility criteria and we could apply to a full application for this particular program. But then we were then told that the program was sunsetting and would be reprofiled and unavailable. But since then, we have been advised that there is going to be one final round of funding for the old program that we are eligible to apply for. And because of the August holiday, the submission deadline is actually August 6th. So city staff, essentially as myself, is currently working on the application and will be seeking letters of support and other documentation required for submission. So as part of the requirements, a resolution of council is required to provide evidence of municipal support for the application. So at this time, committee support is requested for a resolution for council, which is included in tonight's package. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
So we covered this, like Councillor Freddie was saying, it was hand in hand with the other discussion. So a motion that we recommend approval of the city's application to FCM Municipal Fund to council.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor to proceed with the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Discussion? I'll wait till his worship returns. He should be part of this. Hope he's coming back. Question, go ahead, Councillor Gale.
So if, like you said earlier that we might not hear about this grant until later on, would we have any options at that point if it's after the go, no-go point? Or, like, I like the idea of getting free money from the government, but I guess my question, is there a point of doing this if we're not going to hear until after, or is that up in the air as to whether it's going to be too late or too early?
So through the chair, so what I'd have to do is in the RFP, we'd have to word it to say that there would need to be, like, as of a certain date, the flexibility to transition from gas to electric to meet the requirements of the FCM grant if we were successful. So that would have to be a requirement of any successful vendor.
Okay. There is, Your Worship, there is a motion on the floor to accept the FMC grant application, Green Municipal Fund. And I'll call the question. We're waiting for you. Those in favor? Against? Carried. Thank you. You may proceed. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Next item, Conservation Demand Management Plan. Mr. Lewis. Good evening, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends committee approve the city's Conservation and Demand Management Plan, CDM, for energy conservation in compliance with Ontario Regulation 25/23, the broader public sector energy reporting and conservation and demand management plans. OREG 25/23 requires municipalities to report annually on their energy use and greenhouse gas emissions and to prepare and make public an updated 5-year energy conservation and demand plan. That's due by July 1st, 2024. The city's 5-year update was prepared and posted on the city's website and reported to the broader public sector on June 28th, 2024. The plan is attached for your information. The plan and previous versions have been provided to the Pembroke Beautification and Climate Action Committee, and for future updates, the intent is to request feedback from that committee and assistance with research with the plan, especially in the form of potential reduction strategies. There are no direct financial implications related to the approval of this plan. However, future budgets could see projects that would help the city achieve energy-saving goals. Strategic impact include infrastructure and facility renewal, as well as long-term financial planning. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions of Mr. Lewis? Councillor Purcell?
Thanks, Mr. Lewis. Just a question in regards to some usage in terms of Kinsman Pool 2023 versus 2014.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you caught me. I noticed there was some variations in usage in a couple of the locations.
Public library, another one.
Pembroke Library was another one, and there was one further. So there have been some updates done to various other facilities that show a greater reduction in energy. Some of the other locations haven't seen those type of things, and we are looking into it a little further to see what the slope is.
Because even the public library, there was a new boiler that was put in and started 2023, and if that's the case, it's not doing its job. We just paid for a brand-new boiler.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the statistics that you're looking at are 2014 to 2024. So there may be a reduction that's happened in the last year or so.
Oh, okay, it's got 2023 on the.
I apologize, 2023. So
Okay.
there may be some reductions that happened in the last year or two that don't show when you take the average over the period of time.
And the Rotary Park building is another one.
Rotary Park building, I believe, did get some work done. Roof, I believe, in recent years. So again, we just may not have caught up on the savings yet.
But the asset management says it's not repairable. All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor and Councillor Plummer.
Motion to accept the,
Do we need a
CD.
motion? This is, resolution is coming back to council this evening.
it says recommend approval, so,
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy
yeah,
Mayor.
motion to accept the recommendation.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor to accept the motion as presented, seconded by Councillor Keel. Questions, discussion? Do you have a question, Councillor Plummer? Seeing none, those in favor? Against? Carried unanimously. Next item, all-terrain vehicle bylaw. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends a change to Schedule A of Bylaw 2023-43, being a bylaw to regulate and govern the operation of all-terrain, multipurpose, and recreation off-road vehicles, called ORVs, within the city of Pembroke to revise the permitted prescribed route of travel. So we were approached by the RCATV Club requesting permission to use a section of Angus Campbell Drive, that section being from Pembroke Street East up to the Pembroke Mall entrance so that they could access the Pembroke Mall. All-terrain vehicles can access the mall and its amenities by exiting the Algonquin Trail at Rankin Street, traveling southwest, crossing Pembroke Street East, continuing southwest on Angus Campbell Drive to the mall parking lot. City staff have discussed the proposal with management at the Pembroke Mall, and they're fully supportive and excited about the opportunity. The schedule does not include Rankin Street when you look at the schedule that was attached, as Rankin Street is the Township of Laurentian Valley's road, and they already allow ORVs permissible on the roads. Pembroke Street East at Angus Campbell Drive is an MTO highway, being Highway 148, and the RCATV is applying for a permit to allow for crossing of that highway. Operations is also recommending extending the trial period for ORVs to use the route, presently allowed from Hawthorne Lane to McKay Street, Town Line Road, Bennett Street, International Drive, and Upper Valley Drive. That basically gets ATVs, UTVs off of the B Trail at Hawthorne Lane and allows them to make their way out to the south end of the city of Pembroke so that they can get to the big stop and the two hotels out there. The route, it's staff recommendation to extend the trial, including the new section being Angus Campbell Drive, until November 30th, 2025, coordinating with the end of the Algonquin Trail season, use on the Algonquin Trail. To date, the Operations Department is not aware of any complaints related to the use of the designated routes by ORVs in recent years. If approved, an amendment to bylaw 2023-43 Schedule A will be brought to a future council meeting. No immediate financial implications, and the RCATV would be responsible for any signage requirements, and that signage requirements would be reviewed by city staff. Strategic plan impact is the benefit to economic development and growth by creating access for trail users, supporting the businesses within the mall, as well as supporting partnerships. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Keel, Councillor Purcell.
I would move that we accept the recommendation of staff to make the changes to Schedule A of bylaw 2023-43 as included in this report.
Moved by Counselor Keel. We have a seconder, seconded by Counselor Purcell. Questions, information? Counselor Keel?
So I'll just do this quick. I mean, I think we're halfway through this agenda. So I think this is a great idea. I think one of the things that has been somewhat missing so far is signage encouraging people to get off the trail and go to places like the Pembroke Mall. For people that aren't from around here, knowing that when they're driving through the marina, there's actually the whole downtown right there beside them. And then in the West End, the trail goes right by Douglas Street by the West End Mall. So if we're going to be trying to get some economic benefit out of the trail, which I think from the last council was part of the whole point. I see the mayor nodding. I think this is an excellent targeted change. I will never be in favor of having all-terrain vehicles going all around the city of Pembroke, but I am certainly in favor of targeted changes like this, which I think could provide us with great economic benefit.
Counselor Purcell and Counselor Fernier.
Thank you, Chair. As an ATV and UTV driver, I do appreciate the opportunity to actually head off the trail and get up to the mall. Currently, you can kind of get as far as Finnegan's. Finnegan's is probably the only business that actually has a little ramp going up to the parking lot with signage. So if you come through the trail right through Pembroke, 20 kilometers an hour, you don't see too much in terms of signage. So I think it's a good opportunity, for people that are actually utilizing the trail to get up to the mall and shop and have something to eat. Perfect.
Thank you. Counselor Fernier?
Yeah, I agree. Last term, this was a goal to try to get some economic development from the trail. I guess my concern is sort of related to what Councillor Keel sort of alluded to, is the fact they're not allowed on all the streets in Pembroke. And I think that's something we have to communicate, because there are individuals that are using the streets in the city. I was going up Alfred one day and one crossed right in front of me along William. And so we need to educate our own residents that there are places to get on and off the trail, and they still need to trailer their ATV unless they're on a trail or so I think that's an education piece, because and I've had ATVs, people come saying they're going down their streets as well. So just information to maybe do some marketing around these changes.
Very good. Counselor Purcell?
Just one quick question.
And Deputy Mayor?
Or one quick comment on what Councillor Fernie had talked about. The issue is that, I think Laurentian Valley, there is no bylaws in regards, so you can drive anywhere in Laurentian Valley. There is no bylaw in terms of ATVs and UTV utilization on the roads. So that's, I think, is causing a little bit of confusion between the municipalities. And the other thing is like, I live 1 block away from the trail. I am not trailing my vehicle to go 1 block over. That just doesn't make any sense, because there's no place to park. There's no dedicated parking spot. There's no surveillance. There's none of that kind of stuff there. So I choose just to drive 1 block on city streets to access the trail. You can send bylaw to 668 Glenwood.
Deputy Mayor? Counselor Fernier?
If
I could just piggyback.
No, he's next. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll give her
You're waiting.
She can go.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to tell Councillor Purcell I wouldn't report that tomorrow at the Police Services Board. Thank you.
Well, he's public now, so they're aware of it. They're aware of his,
That's true.
right. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Busy enforcing the bench.
So,
I'll be watching you.
yeah, keep a close eye on that. So, my wife and I, as others council do, we bike the trail 2 or 3 times a week. Go over to Riverside, have something to eat, come back, get some exercise on our electric-powered bike. And we were talking about that before the meeting. Anyhow, a few weeks ago, we were coming home, and these ATVs came by, and they zipped up Agnes Campbell to the mall. I said, "Holy cow, there they go!" And so I have to say, and I'm only talking about, we get on the trail at Rankin, and we go to Riverside and back. But from Rankin to the marina, I've had no issues with any ATV. I know down in Burns Drive area, they have issues, but they slow down, they wave at you, their lights are on, they're polite. I've had no issues with any ATV. They come down to the waterfront and they park, and they're welcome to see them there. So it's good that we're putting this bylaw into effect and give it a trial period. And it's good for the mall and the eateries and the stores, so I'll fully support it.
No further discussion? Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Against? Passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends committee approve award for the Riverside Drive Backwash Force Main Upgrade, contract number 21-2045C to Bonashare Excavating, Inc. in the amount of $1,323,283.10 plus HST, being the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Committee approve additional expenditures in the amount of $130,000 for contingency allowance. Total value of the recommendations equal $1,453,283.10 plus applicable HST. Contract was publicly advertised and tendered with one bid received. Tender procurement process followed all the requirements of the city's procurement policy and met all requirements for procedures. The bid that was received was Bonashare Excavating, Inc. at $1,867,561.16. And yes, that's different than what the recommendation is, but I'll get into that. The bid received far exceeded the allocated budget for the project and the expectations. This is a high priority project, as has been determined by the ongoing infrastructure needs study, the ongoing 20-year facility plan for the water purification plant, and has been discussed in previous reports to council related to the treatment of our drinking water. Additionally, due to the bottlenecks previously discussed at the water purification plant, the treatment process is hampered and the plant capacity is reduced without the required upgrades to the backwash force main. With developments ongoing and on the horizon, capacity at the water purification plant will need to increase, and this project is one of those projects that will assist in adding capacity to treat and distribute drinking water without the need for a plant expansion. So the submitted tender was discussed with the bidder to determine the reasoning for the unexpected high bid and to determine if potential savings could be accomplished. With that, the consultant and city staff revised the scope of the project, keeping the intent and outcome of the project the same. A post-tender addendum was provided to the sole bidder, and a resubmitted bid was received from Bonashare Excavating at $1,323,283.10, matching the recommendation. The financial implication. As part of the 2024 capital budget, $827,400 was identified for the project. Project costs post-tender, including design, contract administration, construction, additional expenditures, and net HST total $1,616,644.01, represents a shortfall of $789,277.01. Staff is recommending that the shortfall be funded using the water filtration plant reserves. That has a 2024 budget ending balance of roughly $3.38 million. I know the report does say roughly around $3 million. The report has a smaller reserve value. It was accounting for the pre-purchase of the filter equipment that was previously approved last month, but that is now covered in a subsequent report for later this evening, so I've corrected the 3.38. The strategic plan impact is the city's vision of maintaining infrastructure in good standing, good condition, with no major failures, as well as the need to ensure capacity for the users. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lewis, big amount of money, but questions, discussion? Councillor Keel.
What exactly did we change that suddenly saved us $500,000 but gets us the same results?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the original intent of the project, and with the thoughts that there would be a savings in the project, hence the budget being what it was allocated at, was to use an existing water main that exists on Riverside Drive. Basically comes from the water plant and makes its way almost to Pembroke Street. It's now abandoned, so it's basically a big giant conduit. Our intent was to have the contractor come in, ream and bore the inside of that water main out to clean it out, slip line it with a new force main, and basically do the installation without having to do a bunch of digging. That was the intent. Unfortunately, the contractor and the subcontractor looked at that as a risk. They were concerned that they'd get partway up that existing pipe and potentially run into difficulties where they'd lose equipment, not being able to draw it back out of the pipe, or have to go in there and start breaking up that existing pipe, which is under the existing road. If they had to go in and dig that up, they'd have huge amounts of asphalt restoration and so forth to deal with. The new plan that they came up with is to move it off of the roadway altogether, in between the roadway and Riverside Park, and run it up through the grassed area. They looked at that as a less riskier option, hence the reduction in cost.
Further questions, discussion? If not, we'll need somebody to move. Councillor Plummer?
Meeting with Mr. Lewis and discussing the project in detail on a separate time. We've looked at it. We've bounced ideas around. Really, the main issue is capacity for that lift station and ability to actually get this water away. There used to be, Mr. Lewis didn't mention it, but there used to be another method that you could decant some of the water that was used in the backwash into the Ottawa River. That currently is not allowed anymore. It all has to be sent to the treatment plant. With that in mind, we actually bounced around this idea of storage of the water and then filtered in at a slower rate. But talking to the plant manager, it requires 800 to 900 cubic meters of water for backwashing. So a cubic meter of water is 1,000 liters. So you're talking 800 to 900,000 liters of water being used. To store that sort of water is just not feasible unless you have football-sized area of storage tanks. We need to, flush these filters. We're spending lots of money to upgrade our plant. And if we're going to put all this millions of dollars in new filters, we need to backwash these properly. And if we don't do that, we're going to clog the filters and therefore lower the expected service life of these filters and basically wear them out at a quicker rate. So we need to protect that and do things. So this is all part of the upgrading for our current water plant. So we don't need to expand the plant. The footprint's what we have. We're doing these things to mitigate expansion, but also increase capacity. So with that being said, we have a proponent a bidder that submitted a bid. I would wholeheartedly support it. So I would move that we accept the bid by Boncher Excavating in the amount presented.
Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Deputy Mayor. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Against? Carried unanimously. We'll proceed. Thank you. Next item, Mr. Lewis. Water purification plant filters, launderers, and upper tile drains replacement project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and staying in the same vein with the water purification plant and the overall project. The Operations Department recommends committee approve the second change order for a guaranteed maximum price contract to Anthratech Western Inc., AWI, for the filters, launders, and under tile drains replacement project at the WPP in the amount of $1,297,500. Committee approve award of CA and FA fees to Associated Engineering, AE, in the amount of $142,500 as a contingency allowance. Committee approve additional scope in the project through AWI to include blower and jet mixing to the filtration system in the amount of $600,000. So the background of the project to date. You'll remember in November of 23, excuse me, staff was directed to procure the supply and installation of this project under Construction Manager at Risk, CMAR. In December of 2024, committee approved the sole source procurement with AWI using CMAR. By RFP procurement, we awarded contract number 1 to AWI, and contract number 1 was construction manager as advisor. In June of this year, staff was directed to pre-purchase specialized equipment required for the project. The pre-purchase of the equipment was handled as change order number 1 under the CMA contract, under contract number 1. But to minimize the potential time lapse and overlap between two separate contracts, the guaranteed maximum price contract, we'll call that GMAX, which would normally be considered as contract 2, is being handled as a change order to the CMA contract. So basically, we don't have to wait until the CMA contract is finished. It's still ongoing. There's still design components being done. There's still that pre-purchase of equipment. We don't have to wait for that one to be finished before we can start a contract 2. We'll actually overlap them by having this GMAX as a change order to contract 1. All the required contract clauses are included in change order number 2 for the GMAX, including all our risk clauses, due diligence clauses, bonding, securities, insurance, etc., has been reviewed by the Treasury Department to ensure that all those clauses are intact. As previously discussed, the collaborative approach to a CMAR methodology will fast-track the timelines and provide for the works being completed simultaneously, as well as optimize design, constructability, reduce risk, and provide for full input by city staff throughout the entire project cycle. We'll move into the additional scope of further filtration. The intent of the project from the start was to upgrade these filters, include filter media, change out the under-tile drains. With the upgrade, we were preparing to add the new processes in the future with the use of air scour blower and jet mixing. The requirements to prepare for these future enhancements was included in the design process that we've done to date. The air scour blower is essential for the operational integrity of the filter system. It will optimize filter performance and reduce risks to the plant. Originally excluded due to constraints in timelines, with AWI's revised phasing and collaborative approach to design and installations, it's now both viable and beneficial. The jet mixing system plan will enhance water filterability, increase plant production, and increase capacity to produce potable water. Increasing capacity is important, as Councillor Plummer has mentioned, and as I've mentioned in the past, with future developments and that are ongoing and on the immediate horizon. Optimizing performance and increasing capacity is one of the major benefits of a large-scale project like this. Will extend the life of the facility and reduce the future needs of the plant for expansions. Integrating the blower and a jet mixer at this time versus waiting until next year avoids the need for a second construction stage and will help minimize overall costs. The big one in minimizing those overall costs is mobilizing and demobilizing costs. Extra plant operations, the need for a temporary filtration system a second time, and reduced plant disruptions. All those costs contribute to reductions. And I did some looking into a breakdown of cost. The temporary filtration system is roughly a $550,000 item for a second stage if we had to do a second stage. The anticipated cost for the additional scope to include the blower and jet mixing is approximately $600,000. It's anticipated if we wait a year to complete the second stage, price would likely be $900,000 to $1 million. As the intent of the project has always been to include the advanced equipment, it would make sense that it be done now. Otherwise, it would be recommended for a 2025 capital budget. There is the possibility of some of the project costs may be carried into 2025. Some of the project may get finished in January into February. Theoretically, we wouldn't have to pay those until February, March, so we do overlap into 2025 year, which may mean we wouldn't have to pull as much out of the reserves as what is called for. So I have included in the report a breakdown of the cost. That includes the CMA fees that was previously awarded, the change order number 1, which was previously awarded, the change order number 2, which includes risk on the contractor, which is recommended for award in this report. That guaranteed maximum price is $3,396,500. Then we add in AE fees for engineering, some CA fees and FA fees, and the $600,000 for blower and jet mixing, which is the additional scope which is being recommended for award. Total value of the project is $4,361,500. Capital budget for 2024 at $3.15 million. We did previously approve the pre-purchase of equipment with the anticipated budget overrun of $350,000. With the inclusion of the blower and the jet mixing, design, contract administration, all the costs that I've already discussed, $1,211,500 would need to be taken from the water plant reserves. And just a reminder, in addition to those reserve contributions, we just had approval for $780,000 for the backwash force main as well. So with all that being said, the reserve presently is $3.382 million. With the removal from the reserves as discussed, we would remain with roughly $1.39 million in those reserves at the end of the 2024 budget cycle. Strategic impact is the city's vision of maintaining infrastructure in good condition with no major failures, requiring this infrastructure for renewal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your comments, directions, Councillor Keel, Councillor Plummer, Councillor Bernier,
Okay,
Councillor Purcell.
So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the overruns. So we're saying a $1.2 million overrun, but I think what I'm hearing is that really half of that, 600,000, is not so much an overrun, but something that we're trying to get done that will be more expensive next year. So in my mind, we're talking more of a $600,000 overrun. Would that be a proper way of looking at that?
That's correct. The numbers that I had done some quick math on earlier this evening is the $350,000 overrun on the pre-purchase of the equipment. That was last month, and an additional $261,500 for the additional items that are included in the GMAX if we take out that $600,000. So that puts us at 611.
Okay. Second question, are we comfortable with 1.39 left in the reserve?
The water plant reserves are built specifically for this type of thing. Anything we can do to prevent this plant from having to be expanded in footprint, do another filter system, add in a third bay, that type of stuff, is exactly what that reserve is for, and we're doing it properly with this. So, yes.
Okay.
Yep, I am very comfortable.
So we wouldn't necessarily expect something to happen next year where now the reserve isn't enough to cover something.
That's correct.
Okay.
We are, through our 20-year facility plan, we're ticking off the boxes of the smaller items that need to be done and the maintenance items that need to be done. This is the big upgrade that's required right now.
Councillor Plummer, Lafreniere, Purcell.
Mr. Lewis said it perfectly. We're taking off the items that need to be done, and we're maintaining our facilities. We talk about putting money aside in the reserves, so when down the road we get to use this money. This is down the road. That's today when we vote to approve this. We understand that it is it's a lot of money we're spending, but also we're spending money to save money for next year. Saying if we do the blower and jetting now, we don't have to do another mob, another time being temporary filter, temporary water purification. So that can, we spend 600 today, we save 400 or more down the road. So it is a big number. No council member should take it lightly, and when we're spending money, tax dollars. But this has been saved over many, many years for this exact moment to upgrade our water. And the safest thing we all know, have been told as city council member, is we're responsible for the water. Ultimately, we need to supply safe drinking water to our ratepayers, to ourselves. So I would put the motion on the floor that we approve the expenditures and all as requested, and the costs be funded from the water plant reserve funds.
Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Further discussion, Councillor Lafreniere, Councillor Purcell.
So through the chair, a few years ago, we did a rate study on water and sewer. Were these projects included in that projected forecast? Because I know it went on for years showing, and incorporating expenses and that. Were these included, these projects?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the filters, launders, and under tile drain project was included.
Okay.
The blower and jet mixing may not have been included. But with that being said, we do get to update and look at our rate study on a regular basis. There is an updated rate study that's going to be completed within the next little while, as well as an updated development charges study related to water and sewer. All of this stuff will get looked at as part of those studies.
Okay, good, because I know in the increases in costs, since we had the rate study, should be in there, obviously. I guess all I want to say is this is great, because this is what we should have been doing with all our facilities all these years. We should have had large reserves in place, but we didn't, we don't. And now, you know what we're facing now with recreational facilities and such, so that's something we need to do through asset management, and, okay, so I support the
Councillor
motion.
Purcell?
Just one quick question, as in regards to the change order. Why is it handled as change orders? I know in my procurement world, previous world, I guess it was, change orders are very, very expensive. So what is the administration fee for each one of these change orders?
There is no administration fee as part of these change orders. It's done as a change order only so we don't have to end one contract and start the second contract. We hired AWI under a construction manager as advisor,
Yeah.
similar to,
So you're just adding scope is what you're doing. It's not a
Basic-
change order. Well, the change order would be adding the scope, but you're not penalized for adding the scope.
correct,
Okay, because
It's a-
it's still within the
It's a-
parameters of that repair?
correct.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
because anytime we talk change orders, you're talking significant dollars.
Yes, this is not a change in design. It's not that type of change order. It's being handled under the guise of a change order, called a change order, only so we don't have to end one contract to start another.
So phase
The-
one, phase two, phase three.
Exactly. If you want to look at it as a
Instead of change
phase or a stage, it's better understood that way.
Okay, thank you.
No further comments, call the question. Those in favor? Against, carry unanimously to get the project moving. Thank you. Clean drinking water. Next item, we have in-house capital projects, sidewalk removals. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department seeks direction from committee on the elimination of sidewalks, sections of sidewalks as part of the 2024 in-house capital projects program. So as referenced in previous reports and specifically discussed at the Finance and Committee on April 5th, 2022, the city's accepted procedure includes the elimination of sidewalks where they are not maintained in the winter and where there is a sidewalk on both sides of the street. These particular locations vary slightly from that discussion previously, hence why it's in front of you this evening. Orphaned and non-contiguous sidewalks are generally removed when the condition is such that they create a risk to the users and they do not have significant pedestrian traffic and it's inefficient and costly to maintain them. Just a reminder, per our subdivision agreements, new subdivisions only get a sidewalk on one side of the street. Sidewalks are only installed on both sides of the street in the downtown core, on primary streets, some secondaries, and where immediately adjacent to a school or a daycare. As part of the 2024 budget, sidewalk removal was included for Morris Street, Murray Street, and Maple Avenue as part of that replacement. So we'll focus on Morris Street first, from Center to 287 Morris Street. We maintain the sidewalk in the winter on the south side of Morris Street between River Road and McKay. On the north side between McKay Street and Center. We do not maintain the partial length that exists on the south side within that block. And we do not maintain the partial length north side between Center Street and Cecilia. There is a sidewalk at the far east of Morris Street between Fraser and Broadview, and that one is also winter maintained. So I have included sketches to help everyone picture where these sidewalks are. The sidewalk on the north side of Morris Street between Center Street and Cecilia Street is in very poor condition, beyond poor condition. It has an SCI of 0, so it has failed. That section between 287 Morris and Peter Street. The other section there is at a SCI of 40, which is very poor. In addition to being in unmaintainable condition, it's non-contiguous, does not lead a user to any adjacent sidewalks in the area, so it's orphaned. This portion is being recommended to be removed as part of the 2024 program. Sidewalk on the south side of Morris Street between McKay and 174 Morris Street is in very poor condition with an SCI of less than 40. It's also non-contiguous and it's orphaned. It's being recommended to be removed in the 2025 program. Sidewalk on the north side of Morris Street between McKay and Center, poor condition with an SCI of 43. It's orphaned, does not lead a user to any adjacent sidewalk sections, and it's being recommended to be removed in the 2025 program. The Maple Avenue sidewalk from Nelson Street to Pembroke Street East. We maintain the sidewalk in the winter on the east side of Maple Street, all the way from Dunlop to Nelson. Sidewalk on both sides of Maple Street between Nelson and Pembroke Street, vary in condition. Some of it's at an SCI of 17. Others have failed with an SCI of 3. The east side between Nelson Street and Pembroke Street East is included in the 2024 capital program for a replacement, and the west side of the sidewalk is being recommended to be removed and not replaced. So although we've talked about this in the past and we've come to a situation like that, we're just basically going to take one sidewalk out and reconstruct on the other side. In this particular location, it's a little it's a little interesting in the fact that some of the porches towards the front doors are very, very close to the existing sidewalk. So we may have to include some concrete pathways or some other pathways to help these residents get from their front doors to their driveways now. Hence why it's included as part of this report and not just one of our normal things that we would do. So we may need to do some of that work, and we will also need an encroachment agreement. Any little bits of private sidewalk that we're going to build there are going to be on city property, so we'll need to enter into encroachment agreements to make sure that we cover our risk. On the Murray Street section, Miller Street to Mary Street, through the capital sidewalk program, we've replaced the sidewalk on the east side over the past number of years, and we maintain that sidewalk in the winter. Sidewalk on the west side of Murray Street between Miller and Mary Street is in very poor condition, an SCI of 39. That portion is being recommended to be removed as part of the 2024 program. And per the accepted procedure, the remaining sidewalks, when they've degraded to the point where they're no longer maintainable, then we'll pull those out as well. So there is one section that we're anticipating in 2025 will be removed. On all the sections that we're discussing, the area's sidewalk removals will be reinstated with topsoil and seed, and with driveway and walk-in tie-ins also being completed as necessary. We do provide letters of notification for sidewalk removal areas to all residents immediately adjacent to the affected areas. Financial implications associated with this particular report. The removals of the sidewalks were recommended for 2024 are included in the capital budget. There may be some overrun, as I talked about those tie-ins and the private walkways, or for landscaping of removed asphalt areas. And with our existing O&M accounts, we feel comfortable they'll be covered there. Strategic plan impacts is the ongoing replacement of our aging infrastructure. With the replacement of infrastructure being in keeping with the level of service that can be afforded by our ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions, Councillor Keel, Councillor Fernier?
So my question is just, it's sort of about the notification process, but we haven't notified them at all that we're looking at making a decision here, right? Like, we're just notifying them after the fact that, hey, we're about to do something?
We're going to notify them that the decision has been made to remove the sidewalk. Yes.
We don't think that involving the local residents and hearing from them before we make a decision would be a more appropriate course of action?
The operations department is basically working on direction from previous reports, which is to remove the second sidewalk on any street that doesn't meet the requirements. I'm basically providing a report because there are some variations to that, mainly in the expenses of tying in for those residents that are going to lose the sidewalk.
I would just personally feel more comfortable if the residents actually knew what was going on, as opposed to being told what's being done. And I think in this council, we've had a number of discussions about more transparency and whatnot, and I do appreciate if that's what's been done in the past, but I mean, for making little, I mean, we notify residents in a, I don't know how big of a radius, just because somebody wants a 2-foot exemption on a, you know, building a duplex or something, but we don't seem to notify residents ahead of time when we're doing a lot of our operation stuff. So that's my only thought is, you know, I'd like the public to be able to comment on things.
Well, that should probably reflect more on council than on staff. I mean, they've been directed to, you know, take a look at the capability of the sidewalk, how well it'll hold up, and we've kind of given them direction. But I mean, if it comes to the point where we have to have a public meeting on certain issues, I guess that's what you're suggesting, Councillor Keel. I mean, that's so be it, but Your Worship.
I was just going to say that what Councillor Keel is saying, sometimes the Planning Act, as you would know, the Planning Act requires certain notifications to happen, whereas I don't know that there's a requirement to go the extra step. Certainly, you know, meeting agendas are posted publicly as to things that are being discussed, and certainly this evening we had a number of different individuals showing up because of the agenda that went out and discussions about one of the items on it. So anyways, having said all of that, I would put forward a motion that we proceed based on the recommendations that are contained in that report.
Motion on the floor to move ahead with the sidewalk adjustments, removals, and construction, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Further discussion, Councillor Fernier, you had your hand up, and Councillor Keel.
Yeah, I'm going to support the motion. I guess my question is about sidewalks, but just a very quick question, if I could be indulged. When you're putting in a new sidewalk, I guess what I want to know is, there is a development happening on Elgin Street, which is going to increase the traffic on that dead-end street. Do you negotiate with that municipality to see if a sidewalk could be put on one side because it's a rural street? So question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we get an opportunity to see the subdivision plans as they're being developed, and we have those discussions with both the municipality and, if we're able to, with the developer as well, to see if we can work together to ensure that connectivity of sidewalks is taken into account, especially with the connectivity of the sidewalk.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Keel?
With respect to the notifications that we will be giving, would it be possible to do it sooner rather than later, such that if there was a major concern, that we would have time to reconsider? Would that be a middle ground to what I'm hoping for?
We'll be putting out the letters likely within the next day or two. Staff have been jumping up and down, waiting for this report to go in so that they can provide those notices.
I'd find that to be acceptable to my concerns.
If I may, from the chair, if the letters are going out, when do you intend to begin the construction or the removal, et cetera? Is there a drop-dead date?
I don't have a schedule in front of me, Mr. Chair, but I would anticipate within a month.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Those in favor? Against? Sorry, those in favor? Against? One opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So very similar to the last report in the sense that we're talking about sidewalks and removals. This is related to a capital project, major capital project that we're looking at, one that's going to be 5 years, possibly 6 years before we get all the different phases done. And one of the reasons we're bringing this one is because there was a report brought forward in 2005 related to a sidewalk that's part of this report, so I wanted to make sure it was in front of committee to discuss again. So So the Operations Department, we're seeking direction from committee on the elimination of the sidewalk on the north side of Isabella Street during the capital reconstruction project for the Isabella Street catchment area. So in April of '22, committee approved the elimination of sidewalks on one side, as we've just discussed. The Isabella Street catchment area involves full reconstruction of Isabella Street from Dorn Street to Maidens Lane. As part of the design, the sidewalk on the north side of the street in the locations that are shown in the attached map are being planned for removal. The elimination of this sidewalk would provide for safe parking for patrons of the funeral home located on Isabella Street, as well as greater safety for the traveling public in the area of the curve on that street, which is the location of that regular parking. No dedicated parking lane exists on this stretch of Isabella Street, and I just want to make note that differs greatly from the stretch of Isabella Street that's west of Christie Street that actually has a full parking lane. Additional to the parking advantages and the safety of the traveling public, there would be reduced costs associated with the reconstruction activities. We wouldn't have to put the second sidewalk back in. Sidewalk on the north side of Isabella in both the locations that are shown in red in the attached sketch is immediately adjacent to the roadway, which creates significant issues with snow storage, and neither section is presently winter maintained, so they are not on the list for winter maintenance. Just so that everyone's aware, the one section west of Moffett Street, we have been asked in the past to do winter maintenance at that location. I've had several discussions, and there is just no snow storage in that location. Sidewalk removal on the north side of Isabella Street between Dorn Street and Moffett Street was proposed to committee, as I mentioned, in 2005. Back then, in 2005, the city's fire hall was still at the end of Isabella Street. And Isabella Street was a main fire response route heading west. The fire hall is now relocated. Isabella Street is no longer a fire response route, and this section of Isabella Street is not immediately adjacent to a school, nor is it a contiguous sidewalk heading west, which is a requirement of the policy that I discussed earlier. In October of 2022, approved Operations Policy 300.412, which is our winter control operations for sidewalk plowing. It included the sidewalks noted to remain and excluded those that are being removed. The design plans for Isabella Street, west of Moffett Street, would see the new curb and gutter placed approximately at the back edge of the existing sidewalk. That'd give us that extra 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters to allow for that parking that happens there. And in the area east of Church Street, we'd basically leave the edge of the road where it is now. We'd put the barrier curb at that location, so the boulevard would get a little bit extra grass, and we'd have some more snow storage at that location. There are no immediate financial implications associated with this report. However, the elimination of sidewalk on the one side will reduce capital expenditures for this project and future O&M. And like I had mentioned in the previous report, infrastructure and facility renewal with the replacement of our aging infrastructure's strategic plan impact, keeping in mind the affordability for our ratepayers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Discussion, direction? Councillor Plummer?
I would move that we accept the recommendation and proceed with the removals during the capital project when it proceeds in the future.
Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Further discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? Against? One against. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Unruh, can you update us on the lease agreement for 77 International Drive, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This one has been a long time coming back to council, so I'm glad that this is in front of us now. So the recommendation is that the City of Pembroke Combined Committee recommend that City Council approve the lease agreement between the Corporation and City of Pembroke and the Minister of Infrastructure for 77 International Drive. So this is the OPP station. So this was a file that was handed over to me, and in 2022, at the end, I remember being in a discussion that the OPP were in agreement with it, but it took a long time in regards to the different agencies, and also getting different provincial ministries involved. And so at the end of the day, we now have this lease agreement in front of us. Because it did take so long, I got them to agree that they would commence January 1st, 2023. So we'll be seeing payments for 2023 and then for continuing through to 2024, right through to 2026. The proceeds of the lease agreement are estimated at $87,288 at the beginning of 2023, and then concludes with $90,925 at the end of 2026. Open up to any questions.
Questions? Councillor Fernier?
Thank you. This is a long time coming, and I want to thank Mr. Unroth for this. I know he spent a lot of time on it, but I mean, this is due to the fact that it's not just our own officers that are the ones that are assigned to Pembroke that are using our building, so now they are paying to use our building. I guess one further question was in light of the change that has recently happened with the amalgamation of some of the detachments, is our building going to increase in usage even more now, although you've already negotiated? So I'm just wondering how that's going to impact, and if that would be monitored in the coming months and year.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, definitely we'll have to monitor it. And yeah, as Councillor Fernier was mentioning, the rate is in respect of that there is other detachments that are using our facility. So that is included, but if that increases, then we will then have to increase the rate.
Thank you.
Keel?
I move that the committee recommend to council the approval of the lease agreement.
Moved by Councillor Keel that we approve the lease agreement as presented, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Against? Unanimous. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor. We are adjourned. We'll take a 5-minute break for the next meeting. Thank you.
Evening, everyone. I'd like to call the striking committee to order for July 16th. Any disclosed pecuniary interest? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda. I have the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Approval of the minutes, April 16th, 2024, having been circulated. Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? That is carried. Any business arising from those? Seeing none, I understand, Deputy Mayor, you have a motion to move into a closed session for striking committee.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employee, to be appointed to the Pembroke Public Library Board and to the Sports Specs Facility Joint Committee as per Section 239 2B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended.
Good stuff. So motion on the floor. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session. Agenda is business arising from the closed session. A striking committee and caucus meeting was held earlier to discuss personal matters about identifiable individuals to be appointed to the Pembroke Public Library Board and the Sportsplex Facility Joint Committee. No pecuniary interests were declared, and a report concerning the individuals recommended for the appointment to the two different committees will be discussed later on in the agenda. So, Mr. Unruh, did you wish to comment under number 9 then?
So the recommendation as committee is directed regarding the membership of the Sportsplex Facility Joint Committee and the Library Board. So the striking committee and caucus meeting was held earlier, and it was recommended that Councillor Plummer, Councillor Keel, and Councillor Purcell be appointed to the Sportsplex Facility Joint Committee, and Mayor Gervais be appointed to the Library Board.
Thank you. And so is there a motion to that effect? I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. I have Deputy Mayor and Councillor Keel again. We are adjourned. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for July 16th. I'd ask everyone please take a moment to please stand for an opening prayer and reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest in relation to the matters on this agenda? Seeing none. Okay, series of different minutes. First is the approval of the minutes of council, regular meeting of council, June 18th, 2024, moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Now adopting minutes from various committees. First up is Planning and Development Committee, June 4th, 2024. I have moved by Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Next one was Finance and Admin Committee, June 4th, 2024, moved by Councillor Purcell, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Parks and Recreation Committee, June 18th, 2024. I have Councillor Keel, second by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? That's carried. Operations Committee meeting, June 18th, 2024. I have Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. Striking Committee, April 16th, 2024. I have Councillor Giacono, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Those in favor? That is carried. Next, moving along to receiving minutes from local boards. The one that was circulated is Pembroke Public Library Board, May 16th, 2024. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Moving on to staff and committee reports. First is the Striking Committee report. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that Mayor Gervais be appointed to the Pembroke Public Library Board until the end of the current term of council, ending November 14th, 2024, and that Councillor Plummer, Councillor Keel, and Councillor Purcell be appointed to the Sportsplex Facility Joint Committee.
Thank you. Striking Committee of Council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held earlier this evening so it was moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Plummer. That myself be appointed to the Pembroke Public Library Board until the end of this current term of council, ending November 14th, 2024. And that secondly, Councillor Plummer, Councillor Keel, and Councillor Purcell be appointed to the Sportsplex Facility Joint Committee. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next is Combined Committee Award Tender Number 21-2045C, which is the Riverside Drive Backwash Force Main Upgrades. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Worship. The Combined Committee of Council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held this evening as follows. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giacono, that tender number 21-2045C for Riverside Drive Backwash Force Main Upgrades be awarded to Bonisher Excavating, Inc. in the amount of value of $1,323,283.10 plus HST, and that additional expenditures in the amount of $130,000 be adopted for the contingency allowance. The total value of the recommendation equals $1,453,283.10 plus applicable HST.
Thank you. Combined Committee of Council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held earlier this evening. Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Giacono, that tender number 21-2045C for the Riverside Drive Backwash Force Main Upgrades be awarded to Bonisher Excavating, Inc. in the amount of $1,323,283.10 plus HST, and that additional expenditures in the amount of $130,000 be approved for contingency allowance. Total value of the recommendations equaling $1,453,283.10 plus applicable HST. Councillor Plummer, did you wish to speak to it?
This was discussed earlier in the committee meeting, understanding that the importance of backwashing our new filters to keep the longevity and serviceability.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next is Combined Committee Awards Second Change Order for Filters, Launders, and Under Tile Drain Replacement Project. Again, Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Worship. The Combined Committee of Council begs to report and recommends the meeting as follows held this evening. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Giacono, the council approves award for the second change order guaranteed maximum price required for the filters, launders, and undertile drains replacement project in the amount of $1,297,500 plus applicable HST to Anthrotech Western Inc. or AWI, and the council approves the CAFA fees in the amount of $142,500 plus applicable HST to Associated Engineering, and the council approve additional scope of filters, launders, and undertile drains replacement project through AWI for blower and jetting mixing in the amount of $600,000 plus HST.
Thank you. Combined Committee of Council begs a report from a meeting held earlier this evening. Moved by Councillor Plummer, again seconded by Councillor Giacono, that Council approves award of a second change order guaranteed maximum price required for filters, launders, and undertile drains replacement project in the amount of $1,297,500 plus applicable HST to Anthrotech Western Inc., and that Council approves an award of CA and FA fees in the amount of $142,500 plus applicable HST to Associated Engineering, and that Council approve additional scope to the filters, launders, and undertile drain replacement project through the AWI for blower and jet mixing in the amount of $600,000 plus applicable HST. Councillor Plummer?
Thank you, Your Worship. This again was discussed earlier in the committee meeting. These are all upgrades being done to our water purification plant, giving more longevity to the plant and greater capacity in the future without the need for expanding the footprint of the plant.
Thank you for the detailed explanation. Seeing no one looking for comments, those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Under bylaws, we have 2024-45 encroachment agreement with the PBIA. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer that bylaw 2024-45, being a bylaw to authorize the entering into of an encroachment agreement between the Pembroke Business Improvement Area, known as the PBIA, and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation, waiting your signature.
Moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2024-45, a bylaw to authorize the entering into of an encroachment agreement between the Pembroke Business Improvement Area and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Your Worship. This agreement allows the PBIA and the folks involved with the art within our community to display their artwork in a very proper and precise and safe way. And if you've traveled around recently, you'll see some of the wonderful art pieces that have been put together by local groups and individuals who are very talented people within our community. And also at this time, I'd like to recognize Jeff Jones, who redid the mural, Pembroke's Great Fire, near the Cogeco building. The sun took its course on deteriorating that mural beyond belief. And Jeff Jones, who is a local fellow from Petawawa, did an exceptional job, so I want to congratulate him and the mural committee for their belief in art. Thank you.
We call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. I would entertain a motion to. You want to? Well, what if we did it now? So you want us to watch until 10:30? Fair enough.
We need to do the motion at 10:30, sorry.
So 7.2.6 talks about 10 PM, meeting of council or general committee. But I do know that there's another section of the procedural bylaw that talks about something else, but nonetheless. So which is why I don't know that it hurts anyone if we do her now, but.
10 o'clock then.
So is there a motion to either suspend, I think is what Councillor Keel usually says for council, right? Yes. So is there a motion for that as opposed to let's do this every half hour?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Keel and Deputy Mayor, those in favor? That is carried. Good stuff. Okay, next up, we have under bylaws, 2024-46 zoning bylaw amendment, 336 Patricia Avenue. Councillor Keel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell, that bylaw 2024-46, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2020-05 of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the character, location, and use of buildings and structures in the City of Pembroke regarding 336 Patricia Avenue be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you.
Much. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell, that bylaw 2024-46, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2020-05 of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke, being a bylaw to regulate the use of lands and the character, location, and use of buildings and structures in the City of Pembroke regarding 336 Patricia Avenue be adopted and passed. Further, that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Keel.
So this was an application received. The proposal is to build a semi-detached dwelling at 336 Patricia Avenue. Currently, the land is vacant and zoned R1. So the request was to change the zoning to an R2 to permit a semi-detached dwelling, as well as to provide site-specific relief for minimum lot frontage, minimum rear setback, minimum exterior side yard setback, parking area location on lot. The committee did receive one question from a neighbor requesting that the city limit the building to 2 units. A legal opinion was received basically advising the city that pursuant to section 35.1 of the Planning Act, that we cannot limit that. So I trust Ms. Soriel has taken that information back to the resident who inquired.
Thank you. Good stuff. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Next is 2024-47 user fee bylaw. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer, that bylaw 2024-47, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2024-39 as amended, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges on persons for payment of municipal services, activities, and use of municipal property for the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further, that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer, bylaw 2024-47, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2024-39, as amended, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges on persons for payment of municipal services, activities, and use of municipal property in the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Deputy Mayor, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, Your Worship. This is an update of a bylaw to increase user fees as per the cost of inflation and as per the cost of running the city.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. The next matter, 2024-48, will not be proceeded with as it was tabled earlier this evening. So that brings us to 2024-49, lease renewal, 77 International Drive. Councillor Giacono.
Your Worship, members of council, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2024-49, being a bylaw to authorize the entering into of an agreement with the Minister of Infrastructure relevant to the lease of city-owned property located at 77 International Drive be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Waiting your signature, Your Worship.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Giacono, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2024-49, a bylaw to authorize the entering into of an agreement with the Minister of Infrastructure relevant to the lease of city-owned property at 77 International Drive be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Giacono.
Your Worship, this was discussed at the combined meeting earlier this evening. Thank you.
Fair enough. Call the question. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next matter on our agenda is 2024-50, Pembroke Lumber Kings lease renewal. Councillor Lafreniere.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that bylaw 2024-50, a bylaw to authorize the entering into an agreement with the Pembroke Junior A Lumber Kings Hockey Club Incorporated be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Like, should that not be after? Like, I was looking at it and thinking, thank you. Going to withdraw that?
Hold that till rising.
We'll withdraw that till after close, thank you. I was wondering why it was next. I'm like, okay. Thank you.
Motions. Resolution 2024-17, adoption of conservation demand management plan. Councillor Keel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke approves the City of Pembroke Conservation and Demand Management Plan 2024-2029.
Moved by Councillor Keel and seconded by Councillor Purcell. Be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke approves the City of Pembroke Conservation and Demand Management Plan 2024 to 2029. Councillor Keel.
Your Worship, this was discussed earlier in the evening. The municipality is required by regulation to produce such plan, and we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Resolution 2024-18, Pembroke Area Airport Commission 2024 budget. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Move by myself, second by Councillor Giacono, that be it resolved, the Corporated City of Pembroke hereby approve the Pembroke Area Airport Commission 2024 budget as presented by the Commission.
Moved by Councillor Plummer and seconded by Councillor Giacono. Be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke hereby approve the Pembroke Area Airport Commission 2024 budget as presented by that commission. Councillor Plummer.
No comment. It was discussed earlier in the committee meeting.
Okay, call the question. Those in favor? That one is carried. Or against? That one's carried. Okay. Next one is Resolution 2024-19, Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund Transportation Stream. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Keel. Be it resolved that the Corporate City of Pembroke hereby supports the city's application for Federal Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund, the transportation stream for the implementation of an on-demand transit pilot project in our community, providing the organizational commitment to financial support and project and funding applications to GFM.
Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Keel. Be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Pembroke hereby supports the city's application to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund Transportation Stream for the implementation of an on-demand transit pilot project in our community, providing the organizational commitment to and financial support for the project and funding application GMF. Councillor Purcell.
Thank you again. The approval of the city's application for FCM Green Municipal Fund. So this is just the application, and it's for an on-demand transit pilot project. And again, if we're successful, then we'll receive 50% of eligible costs up to a maximum of $500,000 for that project.
Call the question. Those in favor? That's carried. Bringing us to Mayor's Report. Wish to bring to you my Mayor's Report for this evening. Regarding invitations, appearances, and other matters, on June 21st, I had the pleasure to attend the National Indigenous Peoples Day held at the Pembroke Amphitheatre. I wish to provide an extra special thank you to Carrie Fortin for organizing this event and for all the volunteers and sponsors for making it happen. As was recently stated in my recent proclamation, Indigenous peoples have and continue to make valuable contributions to Canadian society. Let us always remember this, and not just one particular day of the year or month. Even for those that are not Indigenous, let us be in-betweeners, as Honourable Jody Wilson-Raybould invites us to be. On June 22nd, I had the pleasure to attend the grand opening of the Brumley Wagyu Farm in Township of Laurentian Valley. As I've expressed before, we must act as a larger community by attracting individuals to our area for commerce. I was joined by representation from the Council of TLV as well as the MPP's office. Well done, Brumley Wagyu Farms. On June 26th, I had the pleasure of attending the Jason Blaine Annual Celebrity Charity Golf Classic together with Councillor Keel. We had the pleasure of presenting Mr. Blaine with a ceremonial key to the city and acknowledging all of his great work in the last 10 years, generating much money for many worthy charities in our community and even surpassing the $1 million goal. It was an honor to provide this distinguished gift to him, which is the highest honor that can be bestowed upon an individual by a municipality. On June 27th, the CEO and I attended the Renfrew County and District Drug Strategy Steering Committee. There was great information presented and recommendations for a path forward. There will be media releases forthcoming, and Mr. McCowan, as I understand it, has been assigned to assist with communications from the city's perspective. This will ensure that the public is aware of the many things that are ongoing. This is especially timely in light of the comments by members of the public that political leaders need to take action now as it pertains to Pembroke. We have and will continue to work to address homelessness, substance use that affects Pembroke. I point out, however, that there is an issue nationally and internationally regarding these items. I also point out to the public that there is a substance use dashboard created by the RCDHU that Councillor Purcell can speak to. Further, we learned that from experts in their various fields, and that one of the difficulties is that street fentanyl is at times mixed with other narcotics, causing serious consequences and sometimes in death. More to come. Rest assured that this group is moving forward, and I understand now that our CAO is chairing one of the subgroups that is coming out of that steering committee. On June 29th, I had the pleasure of conducting foot patrol with the inspector. We had an opportunity to speak with many merchants and individuals, and I'm pleased with the relationship between the city and the OPP. On June 20th, I had the pleasure to greet patrons at the Heritage Center Strawberry Social. As an executive member of the museum, I want to do a shout out to the various members of council that attended as well to support the museum, because it is very much our museum, as well as the many people that showed up for a tasty strawberry treat, because as I understand it, this year strawberries are a little hard to come by. On July 1st, had the pleasure of bringing greetings to the formal portion of the opening of Canada Day and welcome a report from other members of council in respect to the excellent celebration on Canada Day. July 3rd, attended a series of Algonquin College presentations from the Police Foundation's group. I was joined by the CAO, our Deputy Mayor from Council, Mr. Patel, who is also on our PSB. It was a pleasure to receive the various presentations on various topics, including homelessness and substance use. So very much our college is engaged and is looking at the issues that our municipality is facing, as well as one of the presentations was about Renfrew, town of Renfrew. July 5th, Councillor Keel, the Deputy Mayor, and myself had the pleasure of attending a ribbon cutting of this new night market held at the Pembroke Farmers Market. Kudos to the inventor, Krista Cleash, who is also the owner of Pembroke Candle Company, located in beautiful downtown Pembroke. Please support this initiative and all the great businesses across the entire city of Pembroke. July 9th, we had a Community Watch meeting on Elizabeth Street, and so certainly welcome any additional report from the Deputy Mayor. Certainly, so this is one of our zones out of 7 zones. Certainly each area sometimes has different concerns and so forth, so it was an interesting discussion. Mr. Halpenny also joined us, who is instrumental in the Community Watch, and so I'll elaborate, possibly the Deputy Mayor can elaborate, and then a short report will be going to the Police Services Board, which meets tomorrow. An announcement from the Upper Ottawa Valley Ontario Provincial Police Services Board. It was some comments were made earlier this evening in terms of the Police Services Board and the various detachments. The Upper Ottawa Valley Detachment is now going to also be in charge of the Killaloe Detachment, and that area will be a zone to the overall structure. Right now there's 4 zones, so there's going to be a 5th one. What it means to Pembroke residents is that there will be, I'm told, no change to the service provided to the city of Pembroke, but there will be another zone underneath the direction of our inspector. And as always, be kind to one another and stay safe. Are there any notices of motion? Seeing none. Councillor updates. This evening, Councillor Purcell, did you want to kick us off with the warming centre report?
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship. As you're well aware, the Pembroke Warming Centre was successful in terms of fulfilling its mission of providing a place of out of the cold during the past winter, and provided a safe place for approximately 101 individuals. The Pembroke Warming Centre was established on December the 1st, 2023. It operated from 10 p.m. till 8 a.m. There was an agreement in place with the City of Pembroke and the Farmers Market and the grind for the use of the property. The overall operation of the Warming Centre was monitored by a coordinator that was employed by the actual grind. That had the overall responsibility for the financial affairs for the Warming Centre. As you're well aware, we conducted the operations out of a rented ADCO office trailer. It was a 12 by 50 foot long, and it actually provided overnight accommodations. There was also a double washroom that was provided on site from ADCO, and again, to provide sanitary facilities for our center's guests. In terms of staffing, the Warming Centre was staffed by full-time, qualified security persons during the operating hours. And in terms of some statistics, in terms of warm nights provided, there was 1,309 warm nights provided. The longest stay was 30 days, 31 nights in March. The average stay was 8 nights. The busiest night was 19 guests. The total guests served were 101 individuals. In terms of guests served, there was a male 70 and a female 31 in terms of the breakdown. Males 70, 31, and the youngest was 16 and the oldest was 86 years of age. So I know that there's been a lot of discussions in regards to the demographics in terms of where the individuals are coming from. So in terms of the Warming Centre, locally, in terms of Renfrew County, accounted for 89 of the 101 in terms of the individual people. Outside the county was 12 people. There was 10 transient stays. And overall, there were 16 program referrals that were made. Unfortunately, we had 7 paramedic calls, 6 OBP calls, as well as 3 fire responses. And unfortunately, 1 death occurred at the Warming Centre in December 2023. The funding was for the centre was provided through a combination of municipalities and the county. City of Pembroke, as you're well aware, provided $100,000. Thank you. Provided $100,000 in terms of startup costs. The county of Renfrew $80,000. The town of Laurentian Valley $20,000, and the town of Petawawa was another $20,000. And then there were also some private individuals that contributed for a total of $226,030 that was received. The final cost of the operating of the Warming Centre was approximately $223,509. With a small balance of $2,520 that was remaining for the closure of the Warming Centre. Again, the report actually has a detailed breakdown in terms of all the expenses that were attributed to the operations in terms of the Warming Centre. But overall, it served its purpose, and I know that the committee had stood down in terms of the county committee that actually was looking at the Warming Centre, and stood down until determines that there's a need for a Warming Centre for the 24-25 winter season. So if there's any questions, I can answer any questions that there might have. Thank you.
Any questions for Councillor Purcell on the report? Councillor Key? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Purcell, for that report and all the work you did in the Warming Centre Committee. When do you think the group would determine a need? When would that data be coming forward?
Again, because we have the bridged housing or the transitional housing that's taking place, so I know it's going to be the fall of this year. So I think the idea is to kind of look at, what we're going to have in place in terms of the bridged housing, 14 beds out of the Care for McKay complex, and we'll work backwards and kind of see what that looks like. But definitely there's going to be a need in terms of a warming center. The location, we're just not sure. Hopefully it'll be around where the bridge housing is taking place.
Thank you.
Councillor Keel?
So my concerns are just around some of the numbers. I mean, I know we were presented with a budget. I'm not entirely sure if the budget was followed because they don't break it down per the budget that we were given. A heck of a lot of food was purchased, according to this report. And I know food was a small part of the budget that was presented to us, but there is a lot of food included in this one. It looks like we paid for an out of the cold banner. I have no idea what that has to do with the warming center. I do know that there's an out of the cold fundraiser every winter. I'm assuming that our money for the warming center did not pay for the fundraiser that the grind runs. So I don't know what banner date we paid to get changed. I would just like to know if we can have these numbers audited.
Certainly, because the committee is actually disbanded, I can go back to PACT. Because I mean, Steve Bolin is the one that actually provided the final report. And I can request to have, an audit performed in terms of the operating expenses. And so certainly I can do that. I'll get back to council in terms of what his response is.
Okay, any other questions for Councillor Purcell? Seeing none. Other councillor updates, did you have other ones that you wish to? No? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few items. I'll make it quick. On a negative note, we've had vandalism the last couple of weeks at the Community Watch Zone, the Pembroke Waterfront Park, the Pembroke Farmers Market. And the type of vandalism that I've seen is sickening. Hate crime. It's just disgusting. And the OPP are investigating. We have cameras. We will not tolerate this. We will prosecute to the highest level. There's no need for this in our community. It's just disgusting. And it really sickens me. It really sad, all the volunteer hours that go in the farmers market, the pride group, the waterfront committee, the volunteers, the city staff. It's just sad. And there's no place for this. So be vigilant. If you see something happening, call the toll-free OPP number. The Multicultural Festival, put on by the library under the leadership of Kathy Regimani, is this weekend, Friday afternoon from 4 till 8, and Saturday from 12 till 8. Such a great lineup of multicultural entertainment. There will be vendors, lots of food. I know Councillor Giacono will be down there experimenting the food. So Councillor Purcell and I are on the committee, and we'll be there at the stage and down in the food area also, making sure things are run right. And we want to thank all the sponsors that have sponsored. We have some members here that sponsored, all the businesses. So it's going to be a wonderful event. And we, of course, want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department under the leadership of Joe Brown and Jordan Durocher, and the Parks and Rec Committee. Thank you. The skate park lights are fully installed, and they stay on a couple hours after nightfall, after sunset. Again, we want to thank the Ottawa River Power Corporation, the anonymous donor for the poles, and the Parks and Rec Department, and the Committee of Council. I attended Lumbertown 3.0 at Finnegan's week and a half ago. Jeremy Connor led that, and there were many volunteer bands, and all the proceeds went to the Pembroke Regional Hospital. I want to thank Jeremy, Finnegan's, and all the bands. Just a reminder, Waterfront Live, my wife and I watched two great shows, Pipes and Drums and the Kitsissippi Jazz Cats. People are asking me where to find the information. It's on the city website under events. Farmers Market, just a note, it's Wednesday and Saturday, 9 till 1. There's more produce this year. The canteen is tasty food, so it's wonderful. And the night market this week, as the mayor mentioned, is for dogs, so it's going to be pretty impressive. PBA Art Walk, the Councillor Giacomo mentioned, and I think that's it. Thank you.
One question, so Councillor Giacomo is going to be doing what?
Councillor Giacomo will be walking around tasting various foods, because he likes to send pictures to me of.
Worship, I'll be proud to represent my community in this council.
And one thing I did forget was, you mentioned the worship, mentioned the community watch meeting. We wanted to thank the partnership of the Renfrew County under the leadership of Jennifer Dombrowski, Manager of Housing and Homelessness. We had an hour-and-a-half meeting at 260 Elizabeth. That is their special zone, and the neighboring streets are in the area, are part of that zone. We had good attendance. There was myself, Steve Halpenny, and the mayor. Lots of discussion. There's issues going on at that building that Ms. Dombrowski is addressing. Many times part of the problem is when you have a building like that, you have a Landlord and Tenant Act, and you also have regulations from the province of Ontario, which the city cannot control. But it's an ongoing effort. We're meeting again in October, and we'll meet again and address more issues and hopefully have some improvement. So we want to thank the county for their participation.
And there was action items arising from listening to their concerns, and so in any event, so the program is working, as Mr. Halpenny says. Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Going all the way back to June 19th, I had the opportunity to attend the Recreation Master Plan public meeting, which I think His Worship was there as well, and the Deputy Mayor was there. It was a good turnout. I'm certainly looking very much forward to our Recreation Master Plan, and in speaking with the consultants that we hired, it really makes you excited for the future of recreation here in the city of Pembroke. The very next night, I was back at Algonquin College for the Renfrew County 10-year Housing and Homelessness Plan consultation. I think Councillor Purcell was also there for that one, and the Deputy Mayor was there for that. I kept running into people all week long. So it was very good to see members of the community coming together who are taking an interest in the homelessness file. As I think Councillor Lafreniere has said many times, it's not something that any one of us can tackle. This is going to be a group effort, whether it's on the municipal level or even our local residents. I'm not sure that the Deputy Mayor mentioned the Go Skateboard Day on June 21st. You left that for me. Yeah. So what a great! I mean, there were dozens of people attending, from the very, very, very small. And the Deputy Mayor sponsored a free barbecue. There's a food theme, I think, with the Deputy Mayor. So that was a great event, and I know Councillor Lafreniere, worked for decades to get a skateboard park where it is right now, and the Deputy Mayor has certainly been pushing for its expansion and with the lights and whatnot. And if anybody wonders if it was worth it, you can drive by that skateboard park literally every single day. You can even do it in the spring when there's snow on the ground, and you will find people shoveling snow off to skateboard. I think it is one of the best used facilities that we have, and I'm so thankful that we have that and that it's being well used, and I look forward to future expansions for it. Canada Day. Your Worship, I could go on and break the 5-minute rule just on Canada Day. I want to thank our Parks and Rec department to a level that I don't know that I can actually thank them as much as I want. The work that they put into this year's Canada Day, which to me was the most successful in years, in recent memory. The staff throughout the day were helpful, they were positive, they were just as excited as everybody else. And I'm talking from the staff that were picking up the garbage to the staff that had the boring job of just moving barriers to let cars in. I mean, they just looked so happy, and they should be so proud of the work that they did. And Mr. DeRoche is here tonight, and Jordan, that was such a home run. That was such an amazing event. That was such a great Canada Day. I can't express to you how much that meant to me to be able to be part of that for those 2 days. When I said a couple years ago during budget that I really wanted to make Canada Day bigger, this beat every expectation in my head of what we could accomplish. It was such an amazing event. I could just keep going on and on. I don't even know what to say. Pat and Troy, your leadership as the chair and vice chair, I know goes into the planning. I mean, this was truly one of the most spectacular events that we've put on. And I think it is really, and I hope this council at budget time and whatnot considers the solid footing that we have right now. And I don't know if it can get even bigger and better, but we certainly seem to have a winning arrangement right now. On June 30th, I also was able to attend the Upper Ottawa Valley Heritage Centre for their Strawberry Social, which is also one of my favorite events of the year. Strawberries are fantastic, especially with ice cream and cake. I will say that I did notice, though, being the day before Canada Day, that the flag at the Heritage Centre was a little faded, and so I have donated a new Canadian flag to the Upper Ottawa Valley Heritage Centre. It won't last forever, but just a small contribution for a museum whose volunteers are so knowledgeable, and I know the mayor mentioned the Heritage Centre. Right now they have an RCMP exhibit. If you haven't seen it, you really should take a look at that one. It was quite interesting to see. And the night markets, I don't want to go too much into that. I think it's a fantastic use of the farmers market space. One of the things that I did hear during the election was that we have a beautiful farmers market building and space that is barely used 8 hours a week. And the fact that we now have a night market every Friday from 5 to 9 in July and August, the deputy mayor said next week is a dog-related this Friday is a dog-related market. Next week is a Christmas market. So something Christmas in July. So I'm really looking forward to that. I have yet to decide if I'm going to test my Great Dane in a market situation. I will give some thought to that between now and Friday. But I think it is a wonderful use of a space that we've had in Pembroke, I think since the 90s. I'm sort of looking at Councillor Giacono and Councillor Lafreniere. It's been there for some time, and to now see it sort of having a rejuvenation, being used even more is just fantastic. Sorry, Your Worship, that was really long, but thank you again, Jordan, for Canada Day.
Other members of council? Okay, seeing none. Closed session. I understand, Councillor Lafreniere, you have a motion to move into closed.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board as per section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act regarding the Pembroke Lumber Kings, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees as per section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act regarding physician recruitment.
See, you commented about me moving around, but the CAO is moving around a lot this evening. Zippy. Okay, motion for council to move into caucus, moved by Councillor Lafreniere, second by Councillor Keel. Meeting become a closed meeting to discuss two items: a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board as per section 239 sub 2 sub K of the Municipal Act regarding the Pembroke Lumber Kings. And secondly, personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees as per section 239 sub 2 sub B of the Municipal Act regarding physician recruitment. Those in favor? That is carried. We will now move into a closed session.